Good morning. I'm Ward 1 Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, the Chair of the Committee on Public Works and Operations. Today is Monday, June 9th, 2025, and I'm calling to order this meeting of the committee in room 123 of the Wilson Building, as well as over the Zoom platform. The time is 9:38 a.m. Today's FY26 budget oversight hearing will focus on the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. DLCP's role is twofold, being both responsible for licensing and regulating businesses and upholding the district's consumer protection laws. The mayor's proposed FY26 operating budget for DLCP is $31,878,163 and includes 212 full-time equivalents. This represents a 17.9% decrease in operating funds and an increase of 1.4 FTEs. This is the second year in a row with a significant decrease to DLCP's budget, in part due to reduced revenue projections due to the anticipated implementation of the BEST Act, which streamlines the basic business license process and reduces costs. I'm interested to hear about DLCP's implementation progress and the impact of these reductions. I also plan to continue a discussion we've had about street and sidewalk vending, short-term rentals, and beneficial owner disclosure, and the implications of this proposed budget. Some reminders for those of just joining in addition to being in person and on Zoom, this hearing is being broadcast live at brianneknadeau.com/live. Witnesses testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes to provide oral testimony, and all other witnesses will have 3 minutes. In order to ensure we hear from all members of the public, I ask that all witnesses stick to their allotted time. The clock in the Zoom is not working right now, so we are asking witnesses to help by timing themselves. We will also be timing you, but that way you'll have an eye on it before we tell you that your time is up. When it's your turn to join a panel for testimony, I'll call your name. If you're here in the room, please seat yourself at the table. If you are on Zoom, a member of my staff will promote you to the panel. You'll need to accept that invitation, and then you'll have access to your camera and your microphone. For any technical difficulties, you can send a message to any panelist labeled as committee staff, and they will follow up with you. We'll now turn to our public witnesses. Sean Townsend, Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington, President and CEO. John Webenson, Vice President of Operations, Georgetown BID. Chinyere Hubbard, President and CEO, DC Chamber. Ron Hantz. Steve Amatai, Executive Director, National Association of Security Companies. Andrew Jeffrey Shapiro, Fountain Square Beverage Concepts, LLC. Darius Davey, founder, Groom Guy. Should I try the next in-person witness? Okay. And then McKenna Osborne, policy attorney, Children's Law Center. I don't see McKenna. Brianna Gomez McGowan. I don't see Brianna. Okay. We'll stop there just so we have enough time for each panel. So we will begin with, oh, Sean did not join, right? Okay, with John Webenson. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Nadeau, members of the committee and staff. My name is John Webenson. I'm the Vice President of Operations for the Georgetown BID. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the mayor's proposed 26 budget for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. I first want to start by saying we've been extremely pleased with the improvements by the staff at DLCP in streamlining the business licensing process. We've historically heard frustration, pain trying to get through the process for all of our BID members. Director Crow and her team are making a difference as the complaints are down, responsiveness is up, and I think things are getting done at a much faster pace. One simple, extremely effective decision that the DCLP made was working with a BID to set up office hours at the Georgetown BID office for DLCP staff. This has greatly improved the accessibility and I think the ability for BID members to interact and solve their problems and get licensing quickly. It's really helpful to reduce the burdens for all businesses in DC trying to either start one or continue to work there. I wanted to pivot to another point that's really been a focus for us in the last several years. Let me take you back to the 4th of July weekend, 2023. It was a bustling week in Georgetown. The neighborhood was full of tourists, visitors, and people trying to beat the heat. The weather was hot and humid as it typically is, and the fountain when Georgetown Park was on. We had over 33,000 visitors that weekend. There was walking, biking, scooting around the intersection of K Street and Wisconsin Avenue. Unfortunately, we also had 7 ice cream trucks that refused to move. They had parked illegally and parked illegally and unsafe at that location. The trucks took up semi-permanent residents from June 30th until July 5th, 6 full days. Not now, everyone loves ice cream on a hot day, but the presence of these trucks at the intersections created a negative impacts, particularly on the safety, pedestrians, of bikers and drivers. The bid really started to pay attention to these trucks and the impacts to Georgetown visitors and to really understand the process of enforcement. The bid engaged with city agencies and assembled a group from DLCP, MPD, DOH, DPW, and the ANC. We learned it was a very inefficient process to enforce against these illegally parked trucks. It is a standard operating procedure for many of the ice cream trucks to take advantage of the challenging enforcement protocols that creates lots of opportunities for loopholes and workarounds. The end result is trucks stay put and operate unsafely. It took several steps by multiple agencies to try and make these trucks operate safely. So I brought along several pictures I'd love to share from that weekend, and since then I'd have to share from their operations all through day and night. So we will submit them online, but I can either give them to you or do those there. The bid believes DCLP can play a larger role in the management of ice cream trucks with more resources. I know we have a problem in Georgetown, but I've heard it's much worse along the National Mall and other parts of DC. We would like to recommend resources be added to DCLP's budget to provide regular inspection shifts and staff to respond to illegally parked vehicles operating in the ice cream trucks or food trucks after 5 p.m. or on the weekends, when typically the significant amount of activity increases. It's my understanding those shifts are being covered by overtime, and which may not be in the budget. We also support the language in the Mayor's Support Act of 2025, which gives additional enforcement abilities to DLCP. We are not opposed to ice creams in Georgetown, but our goal is to have food trucks and ice cream trucks follow the rules, operate in a safe manner, which includes guidelines about where and when they can park and vend. And when they don't follow the rules, there are enforcement protocols and powers in place that can change behavior. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good morning, Chairwoman Nadeau, members of the committee and staff. I'm Chinyere Hubbard, President and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. I am pleased to testify today representing the member companies of the Chamber and the vast array of workers they employ. Thank you for the opportunity to testify to the committee's oversight of the proposed FY 2026 budget submission for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. I'm testifying in support of continuing 4-year funding to fully implement the Business and Entrepreneurship Support to Thrive Act of 2021, the BEST Act, which was unanimously passed by the Council in 2022. The act was initially funded last year when the Council approved a $27 million 4-year BEST Act financial implementation plan. That plan included funding for the information technology upgrades to the DLCP's business licensing portal, as well as significant reductions in licensing fees and other costs assessed year after year on our local business applicants. First, streamlining, simplifying, and economizing what has been a lengthy, confusing, and costly business licensing process offers a number of important benefits. We know that even during the pandemic, district residents jump-started a variety of startup businesses from their kitchens and on their laptops, and that have become a profitable going forward enterprises. In some cases, which may have begun as a modest side job, grew into a career-changing full-time business. However, many of these new businesses owners found the regulatory process to start their businesses nearly as challenging as opening the company itself. Second, the Chamber views BEST Act regulatory reform funding as part of a broader pro-growth job creation strategy to help make the district a more attractive place to do business. Specifically, we anticipate the BEST Act funding and implementation will remove unnecessary regulatory barriers that may have previously discouraged would-be entrepreneurs from starting new businesses here. The reality is that the district's licensing process has become bureaucratic and cumbersome, that entrepreneurs were often forced to hire facilitators to navigate to its conclusion. As the DLCP rolls out licensing portal improvements to streamline the process and reduce licensing fees and fines by October 1st, 2025, we expect that applicants will encounter a business licensing regime that will be simpler, faster, and cheaper than perhaps ever before. Third, removing unnecessary administrative costs and other barriers to start small and micro business enterprises will play a meaningful role in helping to generate additional tax revenues to fund our human services priorities, including investments in healthcare, housing, and education. Finally, the BEST Act received a favorable analysis from the Council's Office of Racial Equity, supporting the notion that fully funded new law will ultimately enhance outcomes for diverse residents who currently own or want to start a business. We know that the department is currently undertaking a major overhaul of its business licensing portal, utilizing a portion of the funding allocated to implement the BEST Act. The procurement process initiated to execute those upgrades is of considerable interest to us because that IT work will play a crucial role in the successful implementation of the BEST Act reforms. Director Tiffany Crow has notable prior IT administrative experience, serving as Associate Chief Technology Officer at Octo, and we applaud her leadership efforts in spearheading this process. While offering the district by spearheading this process, we believe the overhaul will improve the customer experience throughout the licensing process while offering the district government insights into business licensing patterns and trends across the city. In connection with this initiative, the Chamber seeks to ensure that these noteworthy online enhancements are implemented in a manner that is fully consistent with the overriding goals of the BEST Act, namely to simplify, expedite, and economize the overall basic business licensing process. To that end, the Chamber has offered to organize a group of small business members to access a pre-release beta version of the new licensing portal once it is stood up. The purpose of this access is to facilitate multiple test runs of the department's online licensing portal. And those test runs in turn would allow Director Crow, her staff, and her IT vendors to gain timely insights into the portal's functions and capabilities from the all-important portal user perspective. We believe this feedback will help ensure the licensing portal meets the primary needs of those business owners and the representatives who will actually be open to utilizing it. The Chamber appreciates and looks forward to this opportunity. We want to thank Director Crow and her team for all their efforts, and especially for the substantial investments in time and resources they have already made. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We stand ready to work with you in the committee for the remainder of the budget process. Thank you.
Chairperson Nadeau, my name is Steve Amate, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Association of Security Companies, NASCO. NASCO is the largest contract security association in the nation, whose members' companies employ over 500,000 private security officers across the nation. In the district, they employ a majority of the roughly 16,000 active licensed security officers and special police officers, who together make up the largest subgroup of professionals licensed by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. Private security officers are seen by the public as people of trust, and often they are the first responder to any emergency or disturbance. They play a crucial role in supporting law enforcement in the district, and they are a visible deterrence to crime and illegal activity. Given the important public safety role that private security officers play, NASCO fully supports governmental licensing, screening, and regulation of private security officers and agencies. However, it is also very important that the licensing of security officers be efficient, and the process of applying for a license, undergoing a background check, renewing a license, or transferring a license must not deter, delay, or interrupt district residents from being employed and earning a living in this very stable and growing service industry. Nor should these processes prevent or delay security agencies from meeting the safety and security demands of their public and private clients in the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to inform you today that currently private security licensing in the district is in a very good place and continues to improve. And when it comes to the communication and cooperation between DLCP and the security industry on licensing issues, the situation here in the district ranks among the top in the nation. I would not have made either of these statements several years ago. Under the personal direction of Director Crow, with hands-on assistance from top DLCP officials and much hard work by officials and staff at the Occupational and Professional Licensing Security Program, improvements have been made to security licensing in the districts in key areas such as the application, renewal, and transfer processes. All are resulting in faster and more efficient licensing. As to the FY26 budget, there is one particular section that NASCO and the industry wholeheartedly support, which will improve and reduce the time and costs of a key security licensing process, namely fingerprinting and criminal background checks. The section is in Title III, Public Safety and Justice, Subtitle E, and what it does is authorize the District of Columbia Wrap-Back Program. The program will enable MPD, who conducts the required fingerprint-based FBI background checks for security officers, have part of the initial license and subsequent license renewal processes to enroll district security officers, as well as other district licensees and persons working in the district who are required by law to undergo background checks into the FBI Wrap-Back service. And once a DC security officer's prints are enrolled in Wrap-Back, he or she will never have to get printed again for a required renewal FBI check. For special police officers, that is every year, and for security officers, that's every 2 years. And also, MPD will never again have to collect prints and run FBI checks on those officers and others who are required to undergo FBI checks. And MPD can deploy personnel and resources devoted to fingerprinting and checks elsewhere. The reason is because once a DC security officer's prints are in the Wrap-Back system, that officer is arrested or is part of some other criminal activity where fingerprints are taken, the FBI will notify MPD immediately. And if the arrest is for an offense that by law disqualifies the officer from working as a security officer, the officer's license can be suspended or revoked. Currently, if a licensed DC security officer is arrested for a disqualifying offense, there's no way for DLCP or the officer's employer to know that person should no longer be working as a security officer. They will only find out if the officer self-reports or when the officer undergoes his or her renewal FBI background check. Wrap-Back removes this potential danger. Wrap-Back is working very successfully in other states, and it really is a game changer. And NASCO greatly thanks MPD and DLCP for its work on setting the district up for Wrap-Back. In closing, the efficient and effective licensing of security officers is a win for the security officer. It's a win for security agencies, their clients, and the District of Columbia in terms of increased income and business tax revenue. Finally, having enough licensed, vetted, and trained security officers working throughout the district is a win for all DC residents and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We're going to now turn to the Zoom and we'll hear from Sean Townsend. Sean, can you access your microphone and camera? Right.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we're putting you on a
Sorry.
5-minute clock in here, but unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see it.
Sorry about that. Okay, I will be brief, and I'm in the car. Apologies for not being on camera. The Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington thanks the Committee on Business and Economic Development for the opportunity to provide comment in the oversight hearing for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. I am Sean Townsend. I'm sorry, I said Business and Economic Development, the Committee on Public Works and Operations. I'm Sean Townsend, President and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. For more than 100 years, RMW has advocated and provided community for more than 1,400 entrepreneurs and small businesses in the greater Washington area. We count among our members favorite neighborhood spots, family-owned businesses, homegrown restaurant groups, and beloved regional and national favorites. Together, we are one of the largest job creators in the district and the leading contributor to city revenues. RMW has enjoyed a productive and collaborative relationship with DLCP, and we commend the department for its responsive and robust support to our community. We particularly appreciate the shared vision between our organizations in supporting restaurants, bars, and the rest of the hospitality industry throughout the district. DLCP continues to demonstrate a genuine commitment to understanding the unique challenges facing food service establishments and has worked diligently to provide effective solutions. One of the areas of key focus for DC Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2026 budget is economic growth and development, and we recognize the DLCP as the district's primary business and occupational professional licensing agency plays a key role in fulfilling the mayor's growth agenda. We are encouraged by the agency's willingness to work with RMW on removing barriers to acquiring licenses in the district so that businesses can operate and thrive in our city. We are especially supportive of the BSA subtitle that would allow the director to waive fines and penalties where an establishment has an expired or lapsed license and fails to comply with their corporate filing. For many residents, such lapses are the result of an oversight, usually because restaurant operators are focused on the day-to-day demands of running their businesses. These admin oversights can lead to disproportionately severe financial penalties, creating significant hurdles to continue operations in the district. We commend DLCP for proposing this measure and are pleased to see it included in the mayor's FY26 BSA. This practical change will be instrumental in helping restaurants overcome administrative obstacles and contribute to the district's economic growth. Additionally, the department's commitment to modernizing its systems and improving accessibility has not gone unnoticed. Online portals, streamlined renewal processes, and clear guidance materials have all contributed to a more business-friendly environment in the district. As our community continues to navigate challenging economic conditions, the agency's support and understanding remain critical. DLCP's willingness to work collaboratively with the industry through these challenges has been invaluable. Again, we thank you and the committee for today's hearing and the opportunity to provide comment available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Andrew Jeffrey Shapiro.
Hello, good morning. I am zooming from my basement, so I have a really bad connection, but so give me just a second here. Good morning, committee, and thank you for this hearing and the opportunity to provide testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget oversight hearing, Budget Support Act. My name is Andrew Shapiro, and I'm a 25-year resident of Washington, D.C. and Ward 4. I have deep experience in the hospitality industry and have started 2 different locally based small businesses. I currently work as a small business consultant and support specialist primarily with local Main Streets, business improvement districts, and other small business support organizations. Over the past budget cycle, I have executed over 500 hours of individualized technical assistance, supporting businesses through varieties of compliance, license, permit, and regulatory processes. The views expressed here are entirely my own and not of the organizations that I work with. We would like to thank Mayor Bowser, Department of License Consumer Protection Director Crow, and the team at DLCP, and additionally, Council members McDuffie and Pinto for introducing the Best and Thrive Act. And just want to talk a little bit about my experience both working in these processes and much due congratulatory offerings to DC Council, DLCP, and everyone for recognizing both where we could make improvements, where things weren't working. And, you know, as we find ourselves in a very challenging budget moment where, you know, all bits of revenue are needed, I think we can also look to these improvements at DLCP to generate more revenue in different ways for the organ or for the agency outside of simply just licensing fees. So first thing I want to talk about is something that I noticed on Saturday that I had never seen, which is when I was walking down the parade route. I saw all sorts of people out selling goods and things that may have been there illegally in the past, may have had all sorts of challenges. And I talked to a few vendors and said that the recently instituted process to get the one-day permits really helped them be able to actually do this, where in years past, they had run into all sorts of challenges, all sorts of impediments to be able to get a license to be able to be out on the parade route. You know, and I think they were selling all sorts of things that really benefited both parade goers, and people that needed reprieve from the heat, wanted decorations, and to celebrate in the Pride moment. I apologize for the background noise. Additionally, I think there have been a lot of advances in the small business community, as noted by Director of Chambers Commerce, Director Hubbard, and Sean Townsend. And that is just the basic processes for businesses to get business licenses, which in the past have just been disastrous. My own experience took 4 years to get a business license to basically produce sodas, ultimately resulting in me having to move my business to New York City to be able to get a business license in Washington, D.C. And in that process, I really learned a lot about what works, what doesn't work, and, ultimately how we can use government to make these processes a lot better and learn from things that may have been needed in the past, but aren't needed now. And I think that is the next thing that I want to mention is a lot of the changes in the business license improvement spectrum have really gotten rid of just a lot of unnecessary and just complicated processes and have introduced, I think, new inspections and protocols. And I'm thinking specifically of the cosmetology regulations that were introduced over a year ago, in which a blanket set of regulations were introduced for lots of different cosmetology businesses, and working directly with a number of businesses and creating basically the guidebook to get through this process for local cosmetology businesses. We have seen in over a year of how DLCP has responded to this by breaking up both aspects of the general cosmetology licenses and then removing things that weren't necessary. I know my time's about to be out, so I would like to really also do a shout out to Ward 3 DLCP liaison Amir Gur Ravantab. He has been extremely helpful, both engaging with businesses all over Ward 3, which is where a lot of my work is currently centered, and in creating office hours, being in the community, engaging with businesses, engaging with other agencies, and really helping a lot of businesses, which are a lot of legacy businesses and older businesses, navigate very difficult and challenging processes. So we just wanted to note that there have been tons of improvements in this space. And we have seen that both in the hundreds of businesses we work with and in our own process as a business owner. So I think that is probably the end of my time, but I wanted to thank you very much. And we hope that there is continued funding for this agency. It does very important and critical work. It's just about making sure that we keep what is necessary and important, and then illuminate the steps and processes that make it difficult for businesses to get off the ground, operate, and ultimately contribute as job providers and providing essential tax revenue and community amenities. So thank you very much, committee. Thank you, Director Nadeau, and we'll pause my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Davey?
Hello, good morning. This is Darius Davey. Thank you to the committee and Director Nadeau for the allocated time. I'm going to keep this very short and brief, to echoing to what Mr. Shapiro has said. I'm Darius Davey, the owner of Groom Guy, men's grooming brand here in the Washington, D.C. area. I just want to say that I'm here today, not just as a barber, but as a business owner, for someone who's directly benefited from the support and leadership from the DLCP that they provide. Our most recent milestone was launching a men's grooming facility inside a 5-star, 5-diamond hotel within the district. And that was made possible because of the agency and their commitment to helping local businesses like ourselves succeed. As we know, navigating licensing, classifications, and the regulatory process in the district can be complex, especially when you're trying to do something that has not been done before. But the DLCP didn't just walk us through it, but they moved with us. Their communication that the team was engaging. They were helpful to answer questions quickly and made sure we had everything that we needed every stage. What stood out even more was the leadership of Director Crow. She made sure that our needs didn't fall through the cracks. When we had urgent requests tied to our hotel timeline, she ensured that they were handled, and the agency was met with coordination across all the other departments, which was very helpful. The message was clear, thankfully, that our urgency was the agency's urgency, and that kind of follow through, I personally feel, is rare and invaluable. But because of the partnership, our launch was a success. Excuse me. We just launched our new location in April. And now we're able to, position ourselves to invest back in the community. This summer at Groom Guy, at our men's grooming space, we do have our first summer intern from Hampton University, and he'll be spending the season with us, gaining hands-on experience in the barber cosmetology space, in entrepreneurship, and also hospitality. So it is our goal to equip him and many other students and those who wish to learn with the kind of skills that go beyond just the chair, and skills that open the door and really build confidence and prepare many of us for long-term success. It's not enough for me to do this, but to make sure that there are other small business owners like me that we can really scale, especially in the barber and cosmetology space. By continuing to modernize licensure and remove unnecessary barriers, they're giving more people a chance to start, grow, and thrive right here in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to share our story. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Director Nadeau.
Thank you very much for your testimony. It's great to hear the way that the small business reforms and supports are working for everybody, and I appreciate you taking the time to come out. Thank you. Our next panel includes Yannick Omicton, Jeremy Sherman, ANC 1A, McKenna Osborne, a policy attorney, Children's Law Center, Brianna Gomez McGowan, Jeff Gilbert, Legal and Technical Assistance Director, Beloved Community Incubator, Colin Johnson, Public Policy Committee Chair, Greater Capital Area Association of Realtors, and Derek Ford, President and CEO, Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership. If I've called you, please come forward. Yes. Great. Go ahead when you're ready. I don't know if you heard the announcement. Our camera for the timer is not working, so we have a timer in the room. But if you could kind of keep track of your own time too, that way when I remind you, you won't be surprised. Okay, thank you. When you're ready, you may begin.
Can you hear me okay, council member?
Yeah, you sound great.
Super. Excellent. Well, good morning. Good morning. My name is Yannick Omicton. I have been organizing with street vendors for a couple of years now, and especially was involved in the passage of the street vendor implementation. The Street Vendor Advancement Act. Since then, street vendors have been constantly under threat by DLCP, which has taken over enforcement responsibility from MPD. Councilmember Nadeau, you know many of the details already. You've been down on the ground many times. The street vendor that couldn't be here right now, Genesis Lemus, wanted me to share her thoughts here on some of the trends that she's been seeing over the past year. Something emblematic happened this past Saturday when DLCP showed up to 14th Street and Irving Street Northwest without a translator to demand licenses from vendors who were already in the process of getting licenses, threatening and confusing people. And that just really is a highlight of what has been happening, the kind of harassment that's been happening in the last year, with very, very slow progress toward getting licenses and actually abiding by the Street Vendor Advancement Act. So Genesis wanted to share this. Seems like DLCP clocks more hours on the street harassing street vendors than in their office actually trying to give vendors their licenses. DLCP claims that they want to build a relationship with the vendors, but they're not even willing to do the first step that is necessary to build a relationship, which is clear communication. The lack of respect to the Spanish-speaking community every time they show up without a translator is really seen. And the unwillingness to learn from their mistakes, because this isn't the first time they've shown up without an interpreter. There's a lot of irony of having a DLCP employee tell you that you are breaking the law when they so clearly, with their actions on multiple occasions, have brought in MPD to try to intimidate and scare the vendors, which is itself against the law because it says that MPD should not be involved in enforcing vendor laws. DL should be ashamed of themselves for showing up to a community that they consistently oppress by not putting as much effort in their office to get vendors their licenses as they do in the streets, asking for a license that they themselves don't work on giving us. It's a tremendous disrespect to all the victims that have suffered at the hands of the police and have fought for years to pass a bill to decriminalize street vending so that the cops can't terrorize and intimidate them just for DLCP to break that law and still call in MPD. Does DLCP have a lack of diversity, that they don't have Spanish-speaking employees, or not enough of a budget that they have to show up using Google Translate? On Saturday, the inspectors tried to use Google Translate instead of getting a translator, and Google Translate didn't make any sense, and vendors were left confused. DLCP needs to train their employees better at being professional, because that attitude and rudeness and disrespect that they show up every time with is unacceptable for a government office. They need to keep that attitude inside the DLCP office if they want to, but don't show up to a community with that attitude and expect to be treated fine. And now we see an even more egregious thing. The budget calls for the recriminalization with a 90-day sentence of street vending and allowing MPD to be involved once again. So really, I'm here to make sure that that provision is struck from the budget, that we preserve the gains that we made in the Street Vendor Advancement Act, and that we build on them by having greater oversight over the license process, greater oversight over DLCP, and simplifying the path to acquiring a license, making sure that DLCP is actually respecting the community and not just showing up willy-nilly to harass and intimidate people. So that's what I've got.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll be getting into that later. McKenna Osborne, you're next.
Good morning, Chairperson Nadeau and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with children, families, and partners across the district toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. Each year, Children's Law Center works with hundreds of families living in rental housing with conditions like pests, leaks, and mold that harm children's health and violate district law. When landlords don't fix these problems in a timely manner, we help families take legal action. An important part of this work is being able to identify and contact a family's landlord, including, as is often the case, when the owner of a property is a corporate entity like an LLC. To that end, my comments today will focus on why it is essential that DLCP has the resources, both information technology infrastructure and staff capacity it needs to effectively collect and maintain complete and accurate records on corporations operating in the district and its FY26 budget. As you know, district law requires all corporations operating in DC to supply DLCP with up-to-date names and addresses for a registered agent who will accept service of process on the corporation's behalf and all beneficial owners of the corporation. This information is stored and made available to the public via DLCP's corporate registry system, Core Online. DLCP has consistently reported that its existing system of Core Online is old and fragile and limits their capacity to proactively track and enforce substantive compliance with the district's corporate transparency requirements. Thankfully, with support from this committee, DLCP has been prioritizing modernizing this system over the past year. We've been happy to learn that DLCP has secured a vendor and is on track to launch an updated system by January 2026. The Corporations Division recently provided Children's Law Center with an overview of the planned changes as part of this modernization, and we were very happy to see that the prototype currently includes features of improved validation at the point of data entry to ensure that data like addresses and emails entered into filing forms is valid and not allowing the filing of anything with an inaccurate address. And it also includes more sophisticated search functions, which would allow users to search by a variety of fields, importantly, including beneficial owners. So you would be able to type a beneficial owner into the new system search function and then receive a list of all of the corporate entities that they are associated with. And we believe these features could significantly increase voluntary compliance at the time of filing, and also hopefully increase ease of administration on DLCP and the public for being able to move beyond just non-substantive compliance. Also, DLCP's corporate records could then be a more valuable source for other district agencies in order to identify the worst landlords in DC and hold them accountable for the harm to tenants that they are committing and prevent them from continuing to operate as housing providers in the district. For example, with the capacity to search across DLCP's corporate records by beneficial owner, Department of Buildings and Office of Attorney General could more easily identify all properties associated with a particular landlord and target their enforcement accordingly. Therefore, Children's Law Center wants to highlight that we are concerned that the mayor's proposed budget includes cuts of $475,000 to the corporation services in the licensing division, $32,000 to the civil infractions enforcement team in the enforcement division, and most importantly, over $2 million to the agency's information technology services. And we urge the committee to ask the agency any impacts that these cuts will have on their ability to continue making progress on substantive compliance with corporate transparency in DC and restore any cuts necessary to ensure that they are able to stay on track with updating and implementing core online modernization by January 2026 with the features I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go back to Commissioner Sherman now. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I'm going to start my timer here. Good morning, Chair Nadeau and members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Sherman, and I'm an advisory neighborhood commissioner in Columbia Heights. I want to begin by emphasizing that I remain a supporter of street vending in DC. My mother is Colombian, and I grew up traveling to Colombia, where I saw firsthand how street vending is part of the culture. My travels throughout Latin America have shown me how street vending can be successfully integrated into city environs. I've witnessed vibrant, well-regulated vending zones that enhance public spaces while providing economic opportunities. This isn't theoretical. From Mexico City to Bogota to Lima, government-regulated, well-organized, and professionally managed vending operations can work. Vendors operate in designated areas with proper infrastructure, maintain high standards of cleanliness, and contribute to the vitality of their neighborhoods. But after nearly 3 years since the Street Vendor Advancement Act's passage, there have been little to no changes in Columbia Heights, and I regularly hear from neighbors who are extremely frustrated at the lack of progress. Sidewalks are overcrowded, especially at 14th and Irving, creating serious accessibility issues for residents and making it nearly impossible to navigate one of DC's busiest intersections. Vendors seem unwilling to move to approved vending locations, and there is a lack of strategy to incentivize and enforce approved vending spaces. There have been minimal changes to the licensing process to make it easier for vendors to come into compliance. And I understand most food vendors remain unlicensed, creating health and safety concerns. Food waste and litter accumulate throughout the day, creating unsanitary conditions. I have consistently advocated for patience among frustrated neighbors, explaining that implementation takes time and encouraging them to give DLCP space to work. I have attended countless community meetings where I've asked residents to trust the process. ANC Unit 1A has had representatives from DLCP at our meetings every other month since January, and have invited Beloved Community Incubator several months ago, all in an attempt to understand the challenges, foster transparency, and encourage progress. However, I can no longer maintain this position without seeing concrete progress. Neighbors are beyond frustrated. They are angry, disheartened, and increasingly skeptical of our ability to manage this program effectively. Therefore, we must use the FY26 budget to make change, or we risk complete program failure. Perhaps that's funding for incentives to encourage vendors to relocate to approved spaces. This is the #1 thing I hear from neighbors. Getting vendors to spread out and operate in approved spaces would go such a long way. Perhaps it's funding to physically mark those approved spaces. And ANC recently passed a resolution calling on DLCP and DDOT to explore that. Perhaps it's funding for more civil enforcement officers who speak Spanish and who can maintain consistent presence in the vending zone to ensure compliance with regulations. Perhaps it's funding for branded and approved tables and tents and materials that all vendors are required to use. Perhaps this goes beyond funding, and amendments to the legislation are urgently needed to make getting licensed simpler and allow DLCP to better manage, organize, and enforce compliance in the Columbia Heights vending zone. I don't necessarily have the answer, and I know it's a difficult budget year, but I urge this committee and all council members to use the FY26 budget to make change. Either we adequately fund this program and make changes to succeed, or we acknowledge its failure and pursue alternatives. The status quo just isn't working. I remain committed to working with this committee and DLCP to achieve successful street vending in Columbia Heights. The FY26 budget presents a critical opportunity to do this. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Brianna McGowan.
Hello, good morning. My camera isn't working for some reason, but okay. So I am here to testify in support of a cooperative economic strategy. So last fall, later in the year, the Owners Act was introduced, and it's a proposal for the city to strengthen the roots around the idea of community wealth building and seed a robust ecosystem that will provide the enabling conditions for more cooperatively owned businesses. So I think in short, we want to engage our local businesses, get better data on potential business closures, and help facilitate those transitions and deals so owners can sell to their employees. And also cooperative economic development. And as like a tradition, a legacy to build off of from Marion Barry's vision of worker ownership. We haven't really done this type of investment in the last 20 to 30 years to expand ownership in cooperatives. But yet when we do traditional economic development, like RFK Stadium, it needs to actually be a development, meaning that we are guaranteeing the taxes or revenues from the deal. If we're giving the returns away, then it's not actual business development or economic growth. It's corporate welfare. So I'm here to advocate for actually having economic development that we get returns from, and alternative economic development, like really seeding infrastructure for cooperatives in DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Jeff Gilbert.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeff Gilbert. I'm the Legal and Technical Assistance Director at Beloved Community Incubator. BCI campaigned with street vendors to pass the Street Vendor Advancement Amendment Act of 2023, which was fully funded and fully went into effect on October 1st, 2023. The mayor's proposed budget includes a street vending subtitle that's more than 25 pages long. It's effectively a whole new street vending law included as part of the budgetary process. We're confused as to why the mayor is seeking to bypass the regular lawmaking process. The mayor has opposed the new street vending law every step of the way and now continues to act in bad faith to undermine the ability of street vendors, poor and working class entrepreneurs of color, to earn an honest living. We're especially concerned with two aspects of the mayor's proposed statutory changes. First, the mayor is trying to overturn a key element of the Street Vendor Advancement Amendment Act of 2023 by recriminalizing vending without a license and reinserting into the criminal code a misdemeanor offense for vending without a license punishable by up to 90 days in jail. This is completely unnecessary and will have a serious disproportionate racial impact. We obtained FOIA data prior to the passage of the new law in 2023 that showed that more than 95% of the people arrested for vending without a license were people of color, and almost 80% of the people arrested were Black. While the mayor is trying to use the budget process to change the law to recriminalize vending, DLCP has developed a consistent practice since October of last year of brazenly violating the current law and calling MPD to assist with enforcement of the civil vending regulations in Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant. The most recent incident happened on Saturday this past weekend. We want to ask Director Crow, does DLCP have any qualitative or quantitative data or information that supports recriminalization in any way? Second, the mayor's proposed budget seeks to almost double the maximum civil fine for vending without a license for the first time, from $2,000 to $3,500. This change will also have a serious racially disproportionate impact and will likely prevent many vendors in Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant seeking to obtain a license for the first time under the new law to even be able to apply for a license. We want to ask DLCP Director Crow the same question. What's the justification for this significant fine increase? Last, we're incredibly concerned that DLCP does not have a current contract with the vending zone manager of the Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant vending zone, which was required of DLCP under the new law as of December 1st, 2023, more than a year and a half ago. Without the vending zone manager that the new law requires, DLCP has no plan in place to support vendors to share space in the vending zone and has no plan in place to navigate the very real public space use concerns with respect to sidewalk congestion on 14th Street in Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant. The issues that ANC Commissioner Sherman raised are really important, but the primary problem is that DLCP has not done their part to implement the new law and to hire a vending zone manager and establish any kind of system to manage spaces within the vending zone. All food vendors within the zone are also in process of obtaining a license. Also there, the primary problem is that DC Health and DLCP were very delayed in implementing the new law, and it's only become possible for food vendors to even complete the license application process earlier this year in February. There is a long-standing pattern in DC since the start of home rule of there being patterns of street vending reform every decade or so, and of those reforms not being implemented, of the executive blaming street vendors for the lack of implementation, and then for the executive to seek to roll back the law. Please, let's not do this again. DLCP has not implemented the new law. There is no ability to declare the new law a failure. DLCP hasn't had the adequate ability to even attempt to implement the law yet, and for us to be able to evaluate whether it's been a failure or not. We want to ask Director Crow, when does DLCP plan to comply with the current law and hire a vending zone manager? I don't want to lose sight of the fact here that DLCP has started to make serious progress on implementing the new street vending law in Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant. Since late January, about 15 street vendors who sell within the vending zone have received or are very close to receiving a license. It would be a shame if the mayor's budget proposal were to undermine this progress. The council should remove from the budget any reference to increasing DLCP's enforcement power, to increasing fines for vending without a license, or to recriminalizing vending. This year's budget should continue the council's efforts and build upon the Street Vendor Advancement Amendment Act of 2023 to support the right of vendors to earn an honest living and to economically support themselves, their families, and their communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now hear from Colin Johnson.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Nadeau and members of the committee for allowing me to speak here today. I am here today to speak on behalf of the Greater Capital Area Association of Realtors. Our 11,000 members are in fact the professional real estate professionals for the DC area. I want to start and acknowledge the difficulty of the budget cycle, and we understand that this you and your team are working diligently to work through the challenges that have been presented to us. Today, I'm speaking specifically on the Real Estate Guarantee and Education Fund. It is a fund that is solely funded by real estate members, and it has to maintain a threshold of $1.5 million. We continue to have this challenge that it is rated in budget cycle after budget cycle. If the threshold goes below that $1.5 million threshold, it's not the responsibility of anyone other than real estate professionals then to have a special assessment to bring it back up to that dollar amount. We understand that this fund in this certain budget cycle may need to be touched upon, but what we're asking for is a specific fix. One, either to lower the threshold so that the special assessment is not assessed to the real estate professionals, or make it so that if it is touched upon, the funds will then be brought back into threshold requirements from the receiving party, whether that might be some other group or some other portion of the budget. We understand that this is the circumstance we're in right now, but we ask that these fixes be made immediately so that our special assessment is not levied upon our real estate professionals. I'm going to submit a fully comprehensive letter to the committee for their review. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer it at this time.
Thank you very much. Derek Ford.
Good afternoon. Well, good morning. Good morning, Chairperson Nadeau and the members of the Public Works and Operations Committee. My name is Derek Ford, President and CEO of the Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership. We are a 501(c) organization, which mission is business attraction, retention, and expansion. Also to market the city and also participate in neighborhood and retail development. The partnership actively supports DLCP efforts to optimize business processes, reduce regulatory burdens, and improve access to license and compliance resources. Through our outreach and attraction work, we help connect businesses to the tools and guidance that they need to launch and scale their businesses in the district and help grow our reputation as a pro-business, innovation-friendly city. The partnership serves as the district front door for business attraction, expansion, retention. Our role is to connect companies where they're entering the market or scaling locally with the right spaces, data insight, and access to DC world-class talent pool. In fiscal year 25, we worked to strengthen DC position as a global hub for innovation and investment. One of our fastest growing programs is the Washington, DC Global Soft Landing Program, designed to help international companies establish a presence in the district. Connecting these businesses, agencies like DLCP to streamline licensing and compliance has been a very invaluable tool to this program. The Mayor's Business License Fee and Penalty Waiver Amendment Act represents a smart, business-friendly measure that supports the core principles of the district growth agenda, particularly around job creation, economic equity, and making it easier for businesses to happen in DC. By easing the financial strain of the compliance, this proposal allows businesses to reinvest in operations, grow their teams, concentrate on delivering value, not navigating red tape. It is a practical tool that supports entrepreneurship and celebrates economic recovery. From our perspective, this kind of policy is especially powerful for our historically underserved and minority-owned businesses. It creates a more level playing field and encourages deeper participation in our economy, advancing the inclusive growth priorities outlined in the Mayor's growth agenda. So with that, I'll answer any questions, but thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And before I move on to questions, I just want to try one more time. Is Ron Hantz here in person to give testimony? No. Okay. And anyone else here who wished to give testimony and didn't have a chance yet? Now is the time. This will be our last panel. Okay. Very good. Thank you all. Mr. Omicton and Mr. Gilbert, I want to start with you. How many times has DLCP called MPT to the Columbia Heights vending zone?
Good question. I'd say at least 10, but curious to hear what you have to say as well, Young.
Would that be this year alone, or is that over time?
Since October 2024, it's really been concentrated. We have FOIA data that shows by DLCP's own admission that they called MPD in March of 2024 to assist with an enforcement activity, but it's been really consistent since October of last year. So I'd say 10 times at least since then.
Okay. I'm glad to hear there've been more vendors getting licensed. What has led to that development?
Thank you for this question. So our organization, Beloved Community Incubator, has been devoting significant accompaniment energy since before the law went into effect in late 2023 to really support vendors to understand how the application process works and to move through the whole process. So in one sense, the recent successes are just cumulative efforts of really being engaged on the ground with about 40 or so vendors active in the Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant vending zone for many, many years. The other parts are first with respect to food vendors, DC Health, and it's not only DC Health's responsibility. DLCP is responsible for the license application process. Neither DLCP nor DC Health had been able to create a functional system for vendors to even apply for a micro enterprise home kitchen permit, which is the new permit created under the new law. Functionally, most of the food vendors in the Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant vending zone can only sell subject to that permit because they prepare home and prepackage it from their home kitchen. So it wasn't possible to even apply for that permit until about February of this year. DC Health has started to do home kitchen inspections. It takes time for 15, 20 vendors to navigate a new process like that. So we're hoping that all of the food vendors in the zone will be able to complete that process by the end of this summer, but we're not really sure. We're making steady progress, and that's a piece that's really begun. The other part is DLCP has frankly been confused about what the vending site system is within the vending zone since the law went into effect. Earlier this year in January, Director Crow completely reversed the policy publicly at the performance oversight hearing and stated that a specific site permit for one site would no longer be required for each vendor within the vending zone. Prior to that, a previous vending zone manager who had the contract for a few months, along with local street vendors in the zone and our organization BCI, had been working with DLCP to agree to a site map plan for the vending zone that assigned a specific site to each street vendor. That was not a functional system. DLCP wouldn't agree to where the sites were and was basically leaving vendors without any kind of guidance and without any clarity, because specific vending badges, which is like you complete the license application process and you're issued a badge. Prior to this January, it was the stated policy of DLCP that each vending badge needed to be connected to a specific site. Since January, DLCP has been saying that they will just issue vending badges without specific sites attached to them. That's the reason why merchandise vendors have been able to start getting their vending badges and complete the license application process since January. But as ANC Commissioner Sherman named, that allowing vendors to get their vending badge without providing any kind of clarity about where vendors are supposed to be within the zone is not a solution. So merchandise vendors have been able to start getting vending licenses due to that administrative change, but DLCP is basically abandoning its responsibility to be administrator of the sites within the vending zone, and it's creating huge, huge problems between vendors and the public around very, very legitimate public space use sharing needs.
Is there any demarcation anywhere about where vendors are allowed to stand or not stand?
I mean, there's general guidance in the regulations.
I mean, out on the street.
Out on the street, so DLCP has put up no vending signs for big areas of the block. Our understanding is that's not in compliance with the law. DLCP does not have the authority to just sort of carte blanche say no vending allowed in this part of any block that's included within the vending zone with no justification. DLCP has not provided any kind of public justification for why they're putting up those signs. So for now, everywhere south of the 14th Street block on the west side where the DC USA Mall entrance is, there's no vending signs up on the street below the DC USA Mall entrance. And DLCP and DDOT also 2 days after Christmas at the end of last year put up cement blocks trying to prevent any vendors from being on the corner of 14th and Irving on just the one northwest corner. But under the new law, that at both sides of 14th Street and all of the intersections surrounding the metro are part of the vending zone. So DLCP, it's their responsibility under the law to develop a site plan with public justification for why sites are allowed in different places and for why certain density is or isn't being allowed in different places. DLCP needs to engage with other regulatory agencies like the Metro Agency. I'm drawing a blank on their name right now. But there's no reason why there can't be less vending sites like in a specific area, but still the same total numbers spread out in the whole 1 to 2 blocks and 4 intersections surrounding the metro. The main reason why vendors want to be there is because vendors want to share in the high foot traffic and really in the economic prosperity that public investment in creating DC USA Mall and in creating the metro there has created. So it's very legitimate for vendors to share in that economic development activity. And no, vendors do not believe that they get to use the entire space. They want to spread out and not be just concentrated on the 14th and Irving corner. But DLCP sort of withdrawing from any responsibility to administer site sharing has created a real culture of scarcity on the street where vendors are really, really afraid that they'll be cleared out, really afraid that DLCP will sort of select favorites and allow vendors to share in a specific site without any kind of public justification or due process. So it's really DLCP is abdicating their responsibility and creating this real climate of scarcity on the street.
So what was the point of the barriers and what was the result of having them there?
I think the point of the barriers was to say that vendors can't sell on that corner at all. The result has been vendors have just incorporated those barriers into their vending site setups. So, I mean, over and over again, DLCP has taken this sort of punishment approach of if we can find the next iteration of a perfect punishment system, then that will create a different result. What DLCP has not effectively done is build real engagement with the vendors who vend in the Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant vending zone. They're people. Treat vendors like people and create a real system. And that's really the approach, not DLCP finding the next version of whatever kind of perfect punishment they think they can find.
So the vending zone manager contract wasn't perfect, but did it help to have someone out there every day working with the vendors and helping them find space?
It was hugely helpful. And from our perspective, our organization had a vantage point on the interactions between DLCP and the vending zone manager. The vending zone manager was really frustrated because the reasons for why vendors are now able to obtain licenses, what I was talking about of merchandise vendors being blocked because the site plan wouldn't be approved, and the micro enterprise home kitchen permit not being set up, that was still in place when the vending zone manager had the contract. The vending zone manager was very frustrated because they were responsible for supporting the 40 or so vendors in the vending zone to apply for a license, and it functionally was not possible to complete a license application because DLCP had not been able to create a license application process that vendors in the zone could complete. So that was really the source of tension between the vending zone manager and DLCP. Instead of engaging with that productively, DLCP just canceled the vending zone manager's contract. It made no sense, and it's had a huge negative impact on the situation.
And did the vending zone manager have any recommendations on improvements to the process? Do you know?
I think the vending zone manager was advocating, they were trying to find a ton of different ways to get the actual path to an approved site plan. The vending zone manager was very, flexible and creative about like, where can the sites be? Including a site plan that had the same total number of spots, but widening them out so there wasn't such extreme density on that one part of 14th Street. The vending zone manager was engaged in all of that. The vending zone manager also wanted what has eventually happened earlier this year to happen, for there to be a functional application process that can now be completed. So it's really a shame that DLCP decided they needed to respond just by canceling the vending zone manager contract rather than working with the vending zone manager to create a functional situation.
So DLCP put out an RFP for a new vending zone manager, and it seems nobody applied, which was not surprising to me because I essentially had to beg the original vending zone manager to apply. It appears in the budget they're proposing moving this function in-house. What do you think about that?
I think it could work fine to move this process in-house. And also, it's not surprising to me either that there weren't any applicants. Our organization worked with your office to try to identify applicants and did a lot of work to try to find 3 different organizations to apply. Only one ended up wanting to apply. If DLCP were to move this position in-house, I think that would be a positive development. At least vendors would then be able to identify this specific staff person at DLCP is the vending zone manager, whereas in the past, there's been no specific staff member assigned to sites in the Columbia Heights, Mount Pleasant neighborhoods that vendors can go to and say like, hey, what is the situation? So this would be a huge improvement to have the one identifiable person who is responsible for liaising with vendors and coordinating to create a system. I am a little bit concerned that DLCP moving the staff person in-house will just allow them to continue to sort of say where sites are going to be without any kind of public justification. Moving the position in-house doesn't mean that DLCP has to act that way. It would be great if DLCP followed the law, whether the vending zone manager were a contractor or in-house, and actually published a site map for the vending zone and was very transparent in public about why spots are being allowed in certain places, why they aren't being allowed in other places. Nobody, no advocates, no vendors have a maximalist position of we get to say exactly where spots are going to be. All we want is a publicly transparent process so that everybody can know where are spots allowed and why. What's the public justification? If the public justification isn't legitimate under the law, then vendors and advocates and everybody else should have available to them a real public process to be able to, petition that or appeal that. But DLCP cannot keep operating just in the dark and in secret and not publishing any of this, whether they contract with a vending zone manager or have a vending zone manager on staff.
Do you think at this moment it's possible to recreate the map that had been agreed upon between the vending zone manager and the current vendors?
Definitely, definitely. There's no reason not to. And I would just ask, like, DLCP should really, really explore and push. Will they allow vending near the metro stops? There's no reason why vendors, there can't be one or two sites on each of the metro corners that are well in compliance with the regulations and not having a vending site within about 10 feet of a metro entrance or something like that. That's not the specifics. There's specifics related to elevators and whatever the escalators. But it's very possible, and the old site plan can be revived in a real fair way.
I think I'm gonna stop there so that we can hit some other topics, but we'll be taking this up.
Okay, appreciate. Thank you
very
so much, Councilmember Nadeau, for your time and energy and attention to this.
Thank you. Did Commissioner have to leave? Looks like maybe he had to leave. Okay. Ms. Osborne, thank you for your continued attention to beneficial ownership disclosure. I'm also looking forward to the launch of the Corp online portal and eager to see how it'll help organizations like Children's Law Center go after landlords with significant housing code violations. You can also think of some casework over the years where constituents would have benefited from this information in making their own cases against bad actors. So I just wanted to say thanks for persisting. We appreciate it. And Mr. Ford and Mr. Johnson, thank you both for your testimony. We'll be glad to work with you on these things. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ms. McGowan, as well. That concludes our public testimony today, and we will be joined now by Tiffany Crow, Director of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. I'm going to have each of you take the oath. So before you sit, just very good. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Public Works and Operations is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. When you're ready, Director, you may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Nadeau, members of the Committee of Public Works and Operations, and staff. Before I begin, I want to sincerely thank all of the public witnesses today, those who are both supportive of the team and the efforts that we've made, and those who had constructive feedback for our work. I'm Tiffany Crow, Director of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. I'm happy to appear before you this morning to discuss Mayor Bowser's Grow DC fiscal year 26 budget for DLCP, DLCP's goals for the remainder of FY 25, and what is on the horizon for FY 26 and how they tie in with the mayor's growth agenda. This growth agenda is close to my heart and the hearts of all the staff at DLCP because our mission is to protect the economic interests of businesses, residents, and visitors of the District of Columbia by issuing business licenses, occupational and professional licenses, and investigating and enforcing the Consumer Protection Procedures Act. DLCP provides administrative support for 9 district boards and commissions, including the Board of Barber Cosmetology and the Real Estate Commission. As the district's business licensing agency, DLCP plays a vital role in the economic development of our city. Under the sound leadership and direction of Mayor Bowser and Deputy Mayor Albert, DLCP has enjoyed an increase in the number of businesses and occupational and professional licenses issued and renewed. DLCP's projected FY25 revenue and imbalance from licensing fees is expected to be higher than the FY23 and FY24 imbalances. Similarly, DLCP has experienced an increase in fine collections in FY25 in comparison to FY24 and FY23. DLCP has 5 strategic priorities, and these are the same priorities that we had when we first started and came before you. This is to focus on the needs of the workforce, reimagine the agency's tools and authority, create stability and earn credibility with the public, stimulate economic growth, grow our partnerships, and innovate. And a new one for this season that we're in, increase revenue. Each of these goals directly aligns with and is supported by the mayor's Grow DC FY26 budget. DLCP's proposed FY26 budget is $31,878,163. While this is a decrease of nearly 18%, or about $7 million from the FY25 budget, this proposed budget will allow the agency to fulfill its FY26 goals and initiatives. In fact, the mayor's budget includes an enhancement of $244,000 that will allow us to make additional progress to support coverage for vending activity. FY26 will be a banner year for DLCP as we build upon our successes in FY25 and Grow DC. We will continue to take deliberate steps to increase the number of business licenses and occupational and professional licenses that are issued. We will do this by making it easier and more affordable for individuals to operate in the district by fully implementing the BEST Act. While we have already taken steps to implement several aspects of the BEST Act that we can this fiscal year without significant cost, in FY26, we will go further by implementing the license category updates, reducing licensing fees, and further streamlining the licensing processes. In addition to implementing reduced fines and penalties, DLCP will also seek the authority to further waive penalties and fines under certain circumstances. The Mayor's Budget Support Act gives the authority to DLCP to waive fines and penalties for certain business licenses and corporate filings. We recognize that for many small businesses, outstanding fines present a barrier to their obtaining or renewing their licenses or registering their business entity. Having the authority to waive certain fines will help these businesses operate in the district. Additionally, we will continue to work with the boards and commissions in amending the licensure requirements for various occupations and professions. In FY24, we worked with the Board of Real Estate Appraisers and the Board of Architecture, Interior Design, and Landscape Architects to update their licensure requirements. In FY25, we also worked with the Board of Architecture, Board of Accountancy, and Real Estate Commission to update their regulations. We have focused on this legislative work to streamline the licensing process across all of the things that we manage. Furthermore, and in support of the mayor's growth agenda, we are creating additional opportunities for those who want to vend in the district. The mayor's BSA balances the public safety needs of the district by taking greater enforcement action against unlicensed vendors who present a health and safety risk to residents, while also making it easier to vend in the city. The BSA creates two new vending licenses, the sidewalk vending license and the mobile vending license. Similar to other jurisdictions, including Maryland and New York City, the new sidewalk vending license will allow one to vend in any lawfully designated vending location as opposed to being relegated to one spot. This provides vendors with more opportunities and spreads the vendors throughout the city so they are not concentrated in specific locations, obstructing sidewalks and traffic. DLCP believes these micro enterprises are vital to the district's economic and vibrancy, and thus we want to help vendors be able to do business lawfully in the district. Finally, we recognize that there are resource needs to purchase equipment, including vending carts and vending tables that can be cost prohibitive for vendors. To address this need, the Mayor's BSA also seeks to give the agency grant-making authority so that it can issue grants to vendors to assist them in defraying these startup costs. Councilmember Nadeau, I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you on behalf of Mayor Bowser. And before concluding, I want to thank the hardworking team at DLCP for their commitment to public service. And I think the testimony of many of the people before demonstrates how committed to all segments of the business community and consumers that the agency really is. Sitting here with me today, I have our AFO, Rebecca Berry, and our legislative director, April Randall, who was one of the first hires when I started in the role. And we have focused like without deviation from our legislative agenda and supporting the mayor's agenda as well. So thank you for your time, and I will take your questions now.
Thank you very much, Director. I know that the agency has a wide mandate, and we heard testimony on a number of those things today, and I will get into all of them. But I think you also know that the one that is most pressing in my mind right now is this issue with the street vending. I can't believe that we're sitting here again talking about this. So I'm feeling frustrated with DLCP's lack of implementation of the vending law. We heard testimony today about calling MPD to the Columbia Heights vending zone more than 10 times since October. The vending zone manager contract was canceled in October, so I don't think that's a coincidence. And going without the legally required vending zone manager, the core part of the Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant vending zone management for more than half the time the legislation has been enacted. Now, this 30-page vending subtitle in the BSA, you first mentioned that DLCP was working on legislation back in January, but instead of working with the committee on a solution, DLCP has refused to share the bill and even went to local ANC meetings urging residents to call the council to ask for the passage of a bill that had not been introduced. DLCP has not implemented the law as written. So why, instead of implementing the law as written, has DLCP put a portion of this legislation into the BSA? Or maybe it's all of it because I never saw it. So why is it just now coming to us in the budget when it's not even germane to the budget?
So you covered a lot there, so I'm going to take them piece by piece. So first, we early on sent a version of the bill that did not ultimately get approved for introduction. We sent the draft and discussed what our goal was. At the time, we were focused on food trucks. Food trucks presented the biggest safety hazard. We discussed how we wanted to focus on towing authority for the district, and DLCP specifically. And I will double check with our team about what was sent to the committee. But as you know, our position on vending over the past 16 months has evolved from practice. We started out and are still committed to doing what is in the law to the fullest of our ability. And I didn't hear anyone here say this, but I think even from Jeff and Yannick, their testimony today was, you'll notice, a lot more tamed down from January and the performance oversight hearing, because the things that they said then, not all of them were accurate. And today, the things that they said are some of them are true. Related to MPD, we absolutely have not called MPD 10 times. MPD has a presence in Columbia Heights. We absolutely did call them in March because our staff was fearful for their safety, which is well within the bounds of the law. And MPD will tell you, the officers will tell you, the chief of police will tell you that currently they do not do any vending enforcement. They have made that clear to us, and we are very clear on that as part of the law. So if the police are ever called, it's because the safety of the staff is in question, or
Let's
the
pause
public.
there. So Saturday, why were the police called?
So Saturday was, I mean, Saturday was a very big day for the city.
It
And
was, which
so-
is why I wonder why we're using
don't-
police resources to harass vendors.
And to be fair, today was the first time I heard that the police were called on Saturday. So what I would need to understand, I know that we only had 2 team members that we could send up there. It sounds like there wasn't a translator available on the day of the Pride Parade and the Global Pride Festival in the district. So I will find out about that. I actually don't know the circumstances of the police being called, but I will find out about that. I would
Yeah.
say the comment about it being not a coincidence that the vending zone manager was terminated in October and that the police have been called more than 10 times since October. To the extent that that can be demonstrated, the only instance that Jeff highlighted was March, because we actually don't, our investigators, and I won't speak for them, but they don't feel like the police are their tool when it comes to vending enforcement. So I'm really hard pressed to believe that they would call the police for backup unless there was a safety concern. So I will look into that and we will get back to you. With regard to the vending zone manager, that was not a structure that was working in October. And I think that vending zone manager, the nonprofit, would agree that the way that it was structured, their resources, the vending zone manager herself, they were not equipped to do what needed to be done. And so I would say one thing that is not a coincidence is that since October, we have gotten more than 20 sidewalk vendors licensed, right? There's 15 that BCI has directly helped with, and then another 6 or 7 that we have been supporting on our own. We go out of our way to contact OTR. So Mr. Roddy, the team at OCFO will tell you that when someone comes to us and they say, I've been trying to get help from OTR or get support for amnesty or to get a vending license, our team goes above and beyond to collaborate with OTR on those. Like even with specific instances, like more than half of the licensing team could tell you by name people who are working through the system and working to get tax compliance and things like that. We meet with OTR on a regular basis. So those things we didn't get talked about today, but they're absolutely happening. And the vending zone manager was just not equipped to do that sort of work. We reposted the RFP. This time we had a pre-bid conference, and maybe 15 to 30 people showed up to the pre-bid conference.
And how many people applied?
0.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is because what's required in the law right now of that vending zone manager and the allocated funding for that is not sufficient. $125,000. And this is outside of the mayor's budget. This is what's in the act as it stands. $125,000 in 2025 for an organization to run a program like this is not sufficient. Part of the reason that we're proposing DLCP for the time being take it on is not to change momentum or not follow the law, but it's because, okay, if we have this amount of money, then we can stretch our resources internally to get the job done with what we have. And frankly, in terms of like Jeff and Yannick, they didn't say that they wouldn't trust us to do that. They want us to be more collaborative. Mr. Sherman, the ANC, we do go there every other month to talk to them. They're frustrated. They want us to mark the sidewalks where vendors should go. And when we decided after months of trying to implement the law as drafted, that it would be easier for us, and the law does allow us flexibility with the Columbia Heights vending zone to try this. And we don't call it this in DC, but many other major cities have a peddler model for sidewalk vending where you get your license, and as long as you're in a legal spot, you're fine, you're in compliance. So we tested that out in Columbia Heights from late December forward. It seems to be working. I understand now that they would like us to like paint on the sidewalks, delineate spaces, and be more prescriptive. But we also heard throughout the year that the vending community was self-policing and would regulate, locations. And there are vendors who, even when we paint the sidewalks and we like let everybody know, because when you get your license, we show you the vending zone. We use the map that the previous vending zone manager created. The only deviation from it is that 14th Street corner. And no, we did not want anyone to vend there because that is a highly congested area. It's contested amongst vendors. So we see that as an area for right now, while we're trying to bring some control to the environment, that is not a good place to vend. And so that is part of the reason for the BSA. So there's the last part of your question, which is why move forward with a BSA amendment like this when we weren't able to successfully implement the first version of the act. And that is because we have worked very hard to follow the letter of the law, and there are gaps in incentivizing people to do the right thing and follow the law.
Incentivizing, not
Yes.
criminalizing.
I mean,
90 days in jail?
In certain circumstances, that would be warranted, but we
Like what?
also balanced it. If someone presents a danger to the public, if they are physically engaging with the investigators, if they are doing something that is a health and safety risk to the public, an imminent danger, those are the circumstances. And the police
Those
don't want to
things
be
would be-
called for petty vending items on a frequent basis, and we don't intend to do that. So we make it easier through this BSA for people to get licensed and come into compliance so that those folks who refuse, it's obvious that there's some egregious conduct there. And I think, the question about how many times the police have been called, how many arrests have been made for vending?
I don't know.
0. In 12 months related to DLCP, there have
Because
been
it's not
0 arrests.
illegal.
And that's what I'm saying, is that at no point have we treated vending for the past 16 months as a criminal activity.
But you would like us to
arrests
change the law so that you can.
when necessary, absolutely.
I think if somebody is assaulting one of your staff, that's already against the law. They don't have a magic cape that makes them protected from that because they're a vendor.
So I think the magic cape is the way that the act is framed. It currently excludes MPD from acting as an enforcement officer. That exclusion has emboldened vendors to aggressively videotape our staff, follow them to their cars, because the police are very afraid of this too. When they go up, and even if there's a threat of violence, when they go, several times there have been people who came, advocates and others, who are like, you're not supposed to be involved in vending enforcement. The police can't be involved. And they treat it as a blanket. Police can't be involved with vendors at all. And that is an effect of that black and white piece of the act that says that the police cannot be considered an enforcement officer when it relates to vending.
So what are the incentives for compliance?
So one, we made some recommendations related to the handling of amnesty. So right now, even though the intent was for 5 years beyond the passage of the law, the letter of the law prevents us from forgiving after 2023 related to amnesty. We've been working that out directly with OTR, like our staff meets with them. We have one-on-one conversations, and OTR, through their authority, is able to make those adjustments. But there are lots and lots of vendors who would likely comply and qualify for amnesty if they were able to be guaranteed that 2023 to present period was covered. Also, the model where you get a license and you can vend anywhere where there's a legal vending location allows people to be flexible. If there's not foot traffic, the vendors in Columbia Heights in particular, I think, have this view that that corner is the only place you're going to make money in the district. And we've had success with other vendors realizing like, no, you can actually be a sidewalk vendor in many other places in town as long as you are licensed, as long as if you're selling food, you have gotten the proper food certificates. And so that allows people some more flexibility to go where they're going to make money and not feel like they have to be in one place all the time. And then finally, we want to make sure that we are modernizing the way that we help people get licensed. So absolutely, there were some issues with like translation. So we've translated the website. We've done those things, and we will continue making improvements in that regard. And then we also are open to feedback through this process about other concerns that the vending community has. But in terms of getting licensed, we have trained every single person who handles licensing at the agency, the basic business licensing, to do vending support. We've allowed people to make appointments. They can get one-on-one appointments now. That's on our website. And also done additional language line training for staff who are taking these appointments and meeting with folks. And so it's not just the enforcement additions, it's how else can we make it easier for people to get licensed. We also made an adjustment saying that for-profit companies could be the vending zone manager, thinking that that might incentivize people who the $125,000 would be a drop in the bucket, and they would see this as a pipeline to more restaurants or things like that.
So just back to Saturday for a minute, because I want to talk about some of the things that you mentioned. So you mentioned you have a lot of people on staff trying to help get everybody licensed. They know everybody by name, but on Saturday we had someone from the office that's been helping with licensing go out and demand licenses from people that they knew were in the pipeline trying to get licensed. What was the point of that? And why would one do that without a translator?
So I'll have to, like I said, I'll get back to you about Saturday. I'm not really sure what the circumstances were. I know that I saw notes that there were people selling food, like heated food on the sidewalk and things like that. And sometimes people say, well, I have a license or I'm getting licensed, and maybe the license is for merchandise, but they're selling food. I don't want to guess at what the issue was on Saturday, but we can take follow-up questions about that specific instance and are happy to respond on the record about that.
Good, thank you. Now, last year you sent a portion of the BSA language regarding towing food trucks in the BSA last year, which the council had to take out because it did not have a budget nexus. I tried to move it through, but as you know, things like that are not allowed. Why is this before us again? Why couldn't it come down as regular legislation so that I could move it through the regular legislative process, which I've offered to do multiple times?
I think because it has been, I mean, like you mentioned, it's been a year and there have been so many iterations of it. We've taken feedback from all corners. And I think what this does is, one, there absolutely is a budget nexus this time. It allows us to make sure that it fits in with the mayor's Grow DC agenda.
But it doesn't have a FIS, which is the definition of that. So unfortunately, it doesn't.
Well, so I'll look into that. I know that we've documented the things that would be required for it. So I'll look and see what's missing from what you've received.
Okay. How many vendors have come into compliance after receiving a $2,000 fine?
I don't know. That's a very specific question. So I'll see. I know that there was at least one, and that was the one that you highlighted at our performance hearing. And so I think I'll follow up to see how many vendors have come into compliance after receiving an NOI.
And how do you think increasing this fine will increase compliance?
So one, I think there are people, and this, when you think about the fines, you have to also consider the food trucks and think about mobile vendors who make significantly more money doing vending. And so some of those individuals pay the fines as just a matter of course and cost of doing business. Also, we haven't increased our fines for sidewalk vending violations, for mobile vending violations in a number of years outside of, what was required for inflation and things like that. So I think this is modernizing our fines and further incentivizing people. If you make the cost of the fine in the period of hours, then it's less of a deterrent.
We've also talked about the barrier that the minimum quarterly sales tax poses to vendors. Is there a fix to this included in the BSA language legislation?
I know that we proposed it. Did it make it, April, in? So at this time, I think they need to do further evaluation. You know, the situation with the budget is quite dire, given some of the changes that Congress has made. I think there was interest in it when we proposed it, but given what we're going through now as a district on all levels, it wouldn't be prudent.
What was the proposal?
For sidewalk vendors to remove the quarterly requirement, and they pay on is it annual basis, Rebecca, for sales tax? Like they just pay the regular remittance rather than the quarterly.
Thank you. All right, talking more about the FIS for the bill, you said that you had documented what is needed for this. So you're saying that DLCP does not have the resources to implement it?
I think we do have it. It depends on if the council adds requirements, or let's say that you have things beyond what we've proposed that you would like us to do, that changes the resource need. So the mayor's budget is sufficient for the agency to do its work. And anything that is added or changed would require a different evaluation of those resource needs.
So you've got a 30-page bill that costs you nothing, but if I make some tweaks, it's going to cost me 2 FTEs most likely, because that's how it works around here.
I think for me, FTEs are besides the point. The number of people doesn't necessarily improve the efficacy. There are things that change the work more than adding people or technology.
And we had the OAH hearing on Friday.
You had it or you have it?
We had it.
Okay.
Your legislation proposes expedited hearings through OAH. You may know they have a significant backlog of all manner of things, which includes people's benefits, health, employment, everything. And it's first in, first out right now. So anybody jumping the line is pushing aside people who've been waiting quite some time. Now, we heard that it'll actually cost $640,000, almost $641,000 for ALJs, 2 legal assistants, and 1 legal administrative specialist to actually take on this work. And we understand that was conveyed to the agency, and yet that wasn't included as part of the fiscal impact or need with the legislation.
I think we had discussions with them about their belief that this is what is required. I guess I'll leave it to the council and that agency to determine whether or not that's an accurate picture of cost.
Of course, the irony of that is that would make it germane to the budget.
Yeah, so I think what I will do is we'll get back to you on that one, council member, mainly because I don't want to speak for another agency. I know for DLCP, we understand that this is a collective sacrifice that the district is making right now, right? Both from the council and mayoral agencies. And we're committed to doing what it takes, using the resources at our disposal to get the work done.
Yeah,
So-
why are these cases more important than every other case that's waiting at OAH?
You know, I think that my answer to that is the fact that in these hearings, we talk about vending for 70% of the time. Vending is like a drop in the bucket of what we do as an agency. And when you look at our revenue, when you look at enforcement, when you look at public safety, vending sucks up so much air, but it really contributes sort of the least financially. It takes a ton of resources, and we spend so much time talking about it. So related to OAH, if this is what the public's priority is, if we're gonna have 10 witnesses talking about vending every time, if we are gonna spend time answering questions about vending, then let's do something about it. Let's change the law. Let's make sure that our agency is equipped to enforce whatever the law is, and the OAH is equipped to handle the cases so that they're quick. You think about vending, it is a micro enterprise, mobile industry, people need to feel the effects of whatever the enforcement is quickly. Otherwise, it's not really that much of a deterrent.
I understand that in this cluster, this topic takes up a lot of time, but I can assure you that in the Committee on Human Services and the Committee on Health and the Committee on Employment, their cases also take up a lot of time. And
You
those
mean
are,
at OAH?
yep.
Yeah.
And in the room, in the discussion, you know, we had a hearing last week on the changes in the mayor's budget to TANF and housing and homelessness. And I can assure you those cases also take up a lot of time at OH and take up a lot of time in the public discussion. And, you know, that's people's homes and people's benefits. So I don't know why we would say that these get priority and that also we're not going to pay for it. Now, I think we could use a lot more ALJs and legal assistance, even without this change, but no one seems to want to pay for it.
I
So-
think one thing that's noteworthy is even in spite of the difficulties doing enforcement for vending, we have issued additional NOIs across all of our enforcement activity and collected, you know, there were years when the agency collected $20,000, $30,000. And this year we will collect more than $700,000 from enforcement activities. Our focus on business and making it easier for businesses to get licensed increased the revenue that the agency brought in 24 from 23 to 24 by $5 million. So we are focused on actually giving back as much to the district as we are asking for to do this work. It's not just without, and absolutely, I agree with you that those cases are just as important as the vending ones, more so.
Well, that $700,000 just about covers what it will cost at AOH. So maybe we just dedicate it there.
You know, I think somebody could look
OH.
into that, but I also think we should look into whether or not that estimate. I'll leave my thoughts about efficiency and how you prioritize cases. I don't think vending cases are more important than someone's life safety issue or any of those things.
No, but
I think you can address case management in a way that allows you to do all the things that you need to do on time. And I'm not speaking for OAH. I'm speaking for
I
us.
dare you to say to the
I'm
chief
not-
judge that she's not prioritizing the
No.
33,000 cases before her
Yeah.
adequately because they've done everything they can to streamline with every dollar and every human they have. Okay, we'll move on. What work will DLCP have to take on to serve as the Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant vending zone manager?
So we have prioritized this work in that we've created sort of a center of excellence. These people still have their additional work because we do believe in cross training. But if we are able to take on the vending zone manager, then we will assign someone to be the point of contact for people
On the street or in the office?
Both.
Okay.
Yep, both. And I think that dedicated, known person who has an interest in supporting, we've modeled something like that currently, but we would put an even greater focus on it.
And you have the resources in your budget right now to do that?
Yes.
But the 125 wasn't enough before, and now it's enough to have none of it?
I think with the money, thinking about it in a different way, right? So scarcity is also a font for creativity. So we are working to make sure that the work gets done with the resources that we have. And fortunately at DLCP, the staff is committed. They want to do the work. They want to get it done. And so people have volunteered to support this effort. There are people who at the agency are now passionate about sidewalk vending and they've learned all they can. And you'll hear this even from Yannick and Jeff. And so we are working to make sure that we're able to fulfill this part of our obligation.
So just confirming the funds for the grant are not in the budget.
The grants for tables
For
and things like
vending
that.
zone manager?
I'll have to double check.
Okay.
I'll get back to you.
What about what were you going to say about tables and tents?
We asked for grant making authority. We won't have any money to issue grants this year, it doesn't seem, but we asked for the authority so that when there is funding, we can further support the community in that way.
What else would that include?
I think for what we've heard is uniform tables, and this is specific to Columbia Heights and what people have asked for, but it
Mhm.
really is applicable across the district. More uniform tables or kiosks, semi-permanent structures, facilitating art in certain areas, creating more international, vibrant market areas. And so there are people who do this. They know how it works. They have an interest in it, and they can advise us on the design. We've talked to the Office of Planning, and you commissioned a study that they had to do. So we've looked at what they've provided as recommendations, and that's how we would use the funding.
And why do you want DLCP to take on the management of the zone? How do you think it's going to improve operations?
I think one, when you're managing a quasi-governmental function, like a nonprofit, things like that, while you're still trying to establish roles, because the act was clear about some things, and then there's some things where there's the discretion. The agency has discretion and the nonprofit has discretion. I think given that we aren't giving them enough money to create the technology to support applications and things like that, we already have those things in-house. We have the application process, we have staff, we have the connections with our sister agencies like OTR, DDOT, and DPW, and DC Health. It makes it a lot easier to do that work intergovernmentally than someone on the outside trying to learn all the agencies.
I hear you proposing a more open process where vendors can vend wherever. And one of the concerns that I have is that we have sort of a cohesive community in Columbia Heights of vendors that have wanted access to their vending licenses for many years. And I am concerned that once you open it up, those vendors are going to get pushed out. But, and we also, go ahead.
So we were pretty specific in the act, in the bill, that if you are a Columbia Heights vending zone licensee, you are limited on that license to the vending zone, and that protects those vending zone specific people. Right now, Columbia Heights is the only vending zone, but the original act, and we didn't seek to change this, allows for the creation of additional vending zones throughout the city. And so eventually imagine like, oh, I'm a Columbia Heights vending zone person. And if you want to vend in other free areas in the city, that's an addition to that license. But that
Okay.
means no one who doesn't have a Columbia Heights vending zone license can vend there.
Okay.
So we took that into consideration.
Could we do the sidewalk markings like was discussed in the hearing today?
So I'm sure I've sent you my like drawings and things, but we had proposed some like sidewalk art to delineate the spaces that were available and things like that. It's expensive. It's not cheap. It also means that like we need to connect with the business owners, because when we don't consider the vending model vend wherever, because we care about the brick and mortar businesses. We want to make sure that they have sufficient traffic to their locations, and that they get to dictate sort of what happens on the sidewalks in front of their businesses to the extent that, you know, they can have feedback there. But we're interested in looking into it. Right now, it's cost prohibitive, but we will absolutely entertain any discussion about it.
The art is cost prohibitive in particular.
To hire a muralist, we
Yeah.
have someone who works on staff whose husband does like murals, and we checked with the ethics folks. We cannot have him do it for free.
Understood.
You know, so
But what
things like
about
that.
just markings like boxes?
I think we're working with DDOT on that. We also have engaged the Office of Planning to think about what fits the cityscape and doesn't overtake every surface in Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant with like vending zone spot 1, 2, 3, that there are ways that do it that are not an eyesore and don't assume that the greatest and highest purpose for that sidewalk is for vending.
Yes, I do think in the context of the hopefully soon to be released public life study, some of that could be incorporated.
Yep.
It's due to us maybe a year ago now, so we're hoping it comes any day so we can all work together on it.
That's not from us, right?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I know a lot of people watch my hearings. They're very popular, so I'm just sending the vibes up.
Oh, our people. I'm like, are we getting questions as we go along?
Okay, I want to talk also about the new resources for enforcement outside of business hours in downtown, including the 4 new FTEs. Can you talk about what they'll be doing?
Yes, so we have a very dedicated enforcement team. Part of their mandate is to do vending enforcement, but they also are doing enforcement for other things like rental properties and unlicensed business activity generally. And so when they work evenings and weekends, it requires a rotational schedule. It requires an adjustment to their sort of regular work schedule and lots of notice. So each investigator, I believe, is going to be working that kind of shift 3 to 4 times a year. And so to allow the Monday through Friday work to continue and have support for special events and evening and weekend vending support, because we also have to do all the sporting events, every special event, every festival. It's just staffing for folks who specialize in that. We are evaluating, this season has given us some good data on really the best way to deploy our resources. And so that funding will be used toward that end.
What hours will they work?
It depends. It depends on the event. We can get back to you with the schedule for, let's say, the next fiscal year. We plan it a year in advance. But they will be out. There's someone who will be on duty basically during the hours that vending is allowed.
In the budget proposal, the new FTEs are under consumer protection instead of street vending. Any reason why?
So all of our investigators are under consumer protection. Yeah, that's just the street vending budget line you see is not.
The current vending staff, they mostly work 9 to 5, but then overtime for these other events?
Not 9 to 5. It's whatever the base business hours are, like 8:15 to 4:30. But they have been asked to do overtime for things like Verizon, supported Verizon, Capital One. Just I gotta. I'm like
Heads
I'm-
Playground.
I'm aging myself right now, but
Yeah. Okay. And is there overtime spending in covering those events right now? Or are those regular work hours?
no, they're regular work hours. For Pride and the president's birthday parade, those were exceptions that I believe have been approved.
Birthday parade. Okay. Sorry to backtrack a little bit. I know we both love to move on, but where are we on the public site plan for the Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant vending zone? During performance oversight, you said you had hired someone to develop it. Is that no longer happening because of the
Public site plan?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Do you mean separate from the map that was approved?
Oh, yes, the map on the website.
We just have used, so there's a map on the application.
Okay.
And then we also have built a map for the National Mall that delineates the spaces. And then for Columbia Heights, we've just used the map that was approved by the vending zone manager.
Is
I
that
don't think
on
it's
the website though?
not outside of the application, so
Okay.
we can work on that. We'll
Okay.
get it posted.
Thank you. All right, now the peddler model you mentioned. I just want to clear up some confusion because we've talked about a few things today. So it sounds like we've heard from vendors that some are still being assigned spots.
Outside of Columbia Heights, and I have to, if there are specific examples of folks in Columbia Heights who recently have been assigned a specific location, you can send us that information and we'll get back to you after the hearing. I think also there were people who had specific spots before this policy was adopted, and when they renew, they will be
Not.
blended into this model, so.
Okay, that's, we'll find out if we have any specific ones. Okay. Let's move on.
Okay.
Let's talk about the BEST Act. You shared in your testimony that DLCP is prepared to fully implement the BEST Act in FY26. Does this mean that everything, including the reduced license fees, license category restructuring, and licensure streamlining, will be launched on October 1st, 2025?
Yes. And I think there's flexibility in the law. So in terms of like streamlined license categories, we have a little bit of flexibility there, but we will be compliant with the law on October 1st.
And has DLCP used the full 2.5 million for implementation?
Not yet, but we will. There's no. Yes, all $2.5 million will be spent.
Do you know how much is remaining?
I don't, but we can get back to you with the exact amount remaining. All of it is allocated, meaning the vendor that we have who's making the changes, our current contractors. So like for IT staff aug, that's what they call it. But these are really our day-to-day like platform support team that is working to do the implementation now. These are the people who support our occupational and professional licensing system, support our DC Business Center. So that funding will be used.
Oh, okay. What flexibility are you using in the classes and categories?
So we've met with the business community, like the chamber and some small businesses, to talk about what drove the need to reduce the categories. So thinking through using AI in a way that is different from originally anticipated with Octo support, of course. But right now, it still requires the user, even with 15 categories, the user has to know which category they fall in. And there are a lot of people who assume they need a general business license, or they need a, I don't know, manufacturer's license, something like that, when really they need something else. So we're trying to minimize the amount of thinking, frankly, that business owners have to do when it comes to categories. So something that's more natural language, where I want to open a coffee shop on 14th Street, they type in coffee shop and the license category comes up, so that, I mean, the general public doesn't necessarily know that there are just 15 categories instead of 125, but they're able to get to what they need quickly. So that's what I meant by flexibility, less in the bounds of the law and more in the way that we think about applying it.
Are you using AI on the platform to help people figure out what license to use?
I think the way that we talk about AI now is as if we haven't been using it before. So every chat bot, every instance where you partially type something and it comes up, that's AI. So what's already implemented? Yes, Octo approved, fully compliant with district guidelines. And I think beyond that, we haven't implemented anything else.
I'm curious about the cuts to DLCP's budget due to the projected reduction in collections from licenses and fees. There was a $6.4 million decrease in DLCP's special purpose revenue fund last year, and there's another 2.7 million cut this year, which brings us to around 9 million total. Both this year and last year, you've said this is primarily due to the Best Act fee reductions, but that there are some other factors causing reduced revenue projections. The FIS for the first year of implementation of the Best Act was 8.1 million. So I'm curious what this other roughly 1 million reduction is attributed to.
So the reduction in revenues,
In collections.
beyond licensing revenue, I guess I'll turn to you, Rebecca. Do you want to speak to that?
Good morning. Rebecca Berry, Agency Fiscal Officer. So for the Basic Business License Fund, the budget is based on the projected revenue of 5 million. So it went from 11 million in FY 25 to 5 million in FY 26. The same thing for OPLA. Their revenue projection went from 5,850,000 to 4,250,000. So that was also a reduction of 1.6 million.
All attributable to fees.
License fees, yes.
Thank you. I'm also hearing you say that DLCP's projected FY25 revenue and balance from licensing fees is expected to be 94% higher than at the end of FY24. What is the projected FY25 end balance?
I think that was a typo, actually. So
Oh.
in what was sent to you.
Yeah.
So I've asked the team to go back and make that number right,
Can we
because
put 10 minutes
this
on the
year-
clock, please. Go ahead.
this
Sorry.
year, given what we're seeing with the economy and just some things, I think we've got to go back and look at that. I think based on what we saw from last year, there was a dramatic increase in licensing revenue and things like that, as well as collections. So that may have been attributed to our enforcement collections. So I want to see exactly where that figure that was sent came from. So.
Can we get the clock started, please? 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
We'll get back to you, council member, but that was a number that I had flagged, and the team is looking into what that number is going to be exactly. So the difference in revenue from 24 to 25, especially looking at the back half of this year, making sure we're accurate there.
You also said you've collected more fines this year. What is that from? Food trucks?
No, it's the process. So our enforcement administrator, Anissa Crosby, also oversees our Office of Civil Infractions. And so I think there's a time, and this was, there absolutely no dig at OAH. We have taken on sort of a settlement. We have the authority to settle with people who have been issued NOIs, to get them to come into compliance, to pay their fines, to work with them to actually pay them. And the team has done that. Our general counsel team, they also participate in pre-hearing settlement negotiations with folks who are committing who are issued NOIs. And so that work has produced dividends. It's not just the increase in NOIs issued, although we have done that. It's higher efficiency at collections and compliance. Every person who comes into compliance, they pay a portion of their NOI and they pay their licensing fees. So you essentially sort of double up on what comes back to the district.
Let me ask you about that. The ability to do your own pre-hearing settlement negotiations. That is the type of efficiency that is useful in streamlining administrative hearings. And I am curious what your success rate is with those, if you could let me know at some point.
We will get back to you. I think our general counsel and enforcement administrator are actually working to create this as a regular report, sort of our success rate settlements and OAH hearings. And so we'll get that data to you.
Is that a new process for you, the pre-settlement hearings?
No, I think we've just gotten better at it.
Mhm.
It's one that for at least a year, or as long as Anise has been in the position, it's been a priority. But we are really just starting. It was pretty amazing how quickly that started to pay off for the agency over the past 3 quarters. And so it's not new. We're just better at it.
And does that go to the general fund or the agency's SPR?
So this is and Rebecca, please answer this because I ask this a lot and I'm like, are we sure we can't get more of that in our, like, can I use it for the program? So please.
So the revenue for license fees is split 50% to
Right.
local funds and 50% to the basic business license. All other fees are, fines, I'm sorry, are posted to the local fund.
Sorry, so
So only
the
business
licensing
license
fines are
are
50/50.
50/50, correct.
Okay. Which includes whatever you get in settlement. Okay. I also want to ask about the BSA subtitle to allow you to waive fines and fees, which was included in last year's BSA, but again, we had to take it out. So it didn't have a budget nexus. Why include this again?
So I think last year we disagreed that it didn't have a budget nexus, particularly because of its like the entirety of its subject matter. We're including it again because right now we only have flexibility when we have made a mistake or there's been a system issue or people were prevented from doing whatever the activity is. This gives us more flexibility to evaluate circumstances or have periods where we know that there is a hardship or a particular industry or things like that that allow us to incentivize people coming into compliance. A lot of people in our experience hesitate to getting licensed or moving into compliance because they owe a ton of back fees or taxes, things like that. So that allows us, at least from the agency side of things, to allow folks to come into compliance and work with them a little bit more. At our oversight hearing, I believe, or the hearing before that, one of your witnesses spoke to the difficulty she had getting a fee or penalty removed from our account and how it would be helpful. And so we heard that and have taken it under advisement. April, did you have anything to add about
No, and as the director said, it's just more so to give us the greater flexibility to waive fines and fees in certain situations. And also before with the last year's BSA, it only related to business licensing fines and fees. Now we're also adding for corporate registration. So it gives us more flexibility on both accounts.
What you have to do is tell me it's going to cost you a little bit of money and then it has a budget nexus. That's it. Okay. I'd like to discuss some of the specific cuts in licensing services. There's a roughly $1.7 million cut to professional fees and contracts within business licensing administration. What's that?
That's the removal of the one-time enhancement for the BEST Act implementation.
Got it. Oh, I thought that was 2.5 million.
So 1,750,000 was in business license and 750,000 was within information technology program.
Oh,
So it
okay.
was split between the two programs.
Probably have a question about that somewhere. $525,000 cut for contractual services in the corporations administration. What's that?
It's maintenance for the legacy corp system. If you'll recall, I think during my confirmation hearing, I mentioned wanting to invest in our legacy system so that they would see us through the modernization. And so I think the funding that we received to do that has been cut.
So what are you going to do for the gap?
Well, the project is nearing completion, so we believe that the mayor's budget sufficiently funds our ability to maintain the level that we need for the legacy system while completing our project for Corp Online.
What happens if something breaks?
Then we use our current IT staff to address the issues. We've worked to cross-train our IT contractors so that they can support a variety of our applications.
When is the new system supposed to launch?
January 26th. Corp Online, you mean?
All right, so you have to get from October to January without the contractual services.
Yes.
There's another cut of more than 1.7 million in contractual services and occupational and professional license administration. What's that contract?
Do you want to speak to it? I have it here too, if you. It's the decrease in our customer service for, we had a customer service vendor that answered calls. And we are just working to cross-train our teams to take on those calls.
What's the volume to that vendor normally?
I think for OPL, and give me 1 second because we have this. When I say OPL, that's just short for occupational professional licensing.
Thank you.
So on average, it's about 5,000 calls a month that they take.
So you're bringing that all in-house.
Yes.
You're going to have a helpline, or is that just going to go to the desks of the staff on that team?
I think so. Part of what this vendor does is they triage calls. So they'll take a call, they work on first contact resolution. And in a lot of cases, those calls come to our staff anyway. So we're working to improve our call tree, making sure that people get to the right place. We also believe that a lot of the things that people call about, so we're looking at the data, like why is someone calling us? So Corp Online, a key goal of that project is to reduce calls. Like they get a lot of calls during corporate filings, a lot of rework that needs done. We've also seen like a reduction in calls in areas like security, where we've made reforms to our processes and our priorities. And so we believe that we can have some efficiency gains to reduce calls, but then also make sure that our team is prepared to take them.
How many staff will be taking these calls?
I'll get back to you on the exact number.
And isn't this an area of the agency where we've had some concerns in the past?
Yes.
So reducing resources to them could cause some problems.
I think in the past we had concerns, and I hope that, it was, I was really glad to hear that several of the people who testified today talked about their experience, and they weren't talking about their experience with our contractors. They were talking about their experience with our teams. And so I think we have addressed the concerns that we had, but hoping that we'll be able to cut the volume of calls and make sure that our teams are able to serve people in different ways. So using chat more, customer service center, appointment-based scheduling of support.
I'm going to allow my colleague here around. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Nadeau. It's good to see you again, Director. I know Chairperson Nadeau and you went back and forth over the vending BSA subtitle, so I'm going to skip many of my questions there. But based on our earlier conversations, is it fair to say this change is intended to allow government to enforce vending policy, whereas now you're not able to adequately engage with vendors, but also individuals who may just be in an area not quite licensed or properly engaging?
I think what we, part of the reason that we introduced this last year in the BSA is because we identified gaps that were keeping people from coming into compliance. Like there was really no consequence for, let's use food trucks as an example. they get a boot, let's say from DPW, they pay the fine, which is what they make in 40 minutes out at the mall, or pay the ticket, and there weren't too many consequences. Once we started working with the park police to do towing, we noticed that a lot of those vendors started to come into compliance, change their behavior, move. And as we ramp up that activity, it has a noticeable impact. For sidewalk vending, one of our biggest challenges to enforcement is that there's no discernible sort of consequence. We can't compel people to produce an ID. They also don't have really structures in place to support them getting licensed in a more holistic way. We facilitate their work, their meetings with OTR and DOH and other agencies. And so increasing the likelihood that they're able to get licensed while also saying, okay, you've done it. And there are people who are refusing to get licensed who have to also see that there's a consequence. I think not having the ability when we need to have the police come for things like incommoding, threats, things like that has hindered sort of the district's ability to do enforcement. And not to say police are a first line of defense, second, third, fourth, they're not. But having that backstop there is important, we believe.
Got it. And part of this, it seems like you're extending grants to vendors. What other grant making authority do you have as an agency?
So we currently don't have grant making authority to give to vendors. That's something that was proposed as part of the BSA for future. We have the authority to issue combat sports grants. And that is for a variety of things.
You said combat
Sports. Yes, we oversee the Combat Sports Commission.
Understood. So that's like wrestling.
It is wrestling, but it's also boxing.
And is that your only grant making authority?
It is
right now?
Mhm.
Okay. That is helpful. I wanted to come to closing nuisance businesses. This is something we've also talked about. And I remember bringing this up last year, and it seems like you have to go through the Office of the Attorney General in order to advance an injunction on a business. Do you think that should be in-house if there's a way to bring that authority within the agency?
Yes, I mean, we support, working with the Office of Attorney General on, robust enforcement environment in the district, but having more authority as the agency that issues business licenses to also shut down those dangerous businesses is important. Right now, we don't have that authority. There are other agencies that do. And there are tools that we have which we can go through our general counsel's office to issue a cease and desist. We can issue NOIs. We can refer them to our sister agencies or the OAG. But having additional authority as our agency would be helpful.
And how many over the last year injunctions or business closures have you sought through the Office of the Attorney General?
Let me get back to you on that, and I can also get back to you on the outcomes of those.
Okay, that would be helpful. We want to be a welcoming business environment as a city, but there are also bad actors. And I think this agency plays a critical role in cracking down on bad actors. Connected to this, there is a group that sought what I'm going to call a pop-up permit through the Department of Buildings, and they are throwing full-out parties with thousands of people in Ward 5. They did not go through the normal licensing process. It was one of these quick flip attempts, and I think they were even getting a catering license so that they could provide food and drink. It's a very bizarre situation. These are the types of things now that they are still advertising and existing. I would love to work with your agency to say we're going to crack down on the harm that they're posing to the community as well as other businesses.
We welcome that. Part of what we're struggling with is when it comes to licensed businesses operating outside the scope or engaging in unfair, deceptive trade practices. We have a lot of tools at our disposal. But they still involve the AG and others. When it comes to unlicensed businesses or businesses that are repeatedly just flouting the law, there's one business that the owner actually got arrested. He shut down the business for a time, and then once he was released, was back at it. And so I think thinking about what the true sort of solution is for these recidivist businesses is one that we are still working on. I don't know, April, do you want to add anything to that? I think because April's been working really closely with your staff and other council members, staffs on these problems, like with Commissioner Lewis George and others. So, Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Director. So yes, and it also ties into your earlier question. So what is initially or currently before the council is the enhancement to the Consumer Protection Procedure Act that would allow the agency to summarily suspend a license. However, that the establishment has to have a license.
That's right.
So where we really have the gap, and particularly what you're speaking of, is when an establishment does not have a license. And so what additional enforcement authority we will have then, and it is really limited to issuing that cease or desist and referring it to OAG if they do not comply.
Understood. Director, I wanted to come to timeliness of processing business licenses. I have heard repeatedly from business owners that not just with DLCP, but across government, it just takes a long time to get things up and running. For instance, Bar Bestie, a new restaurant in Union Market, their application was approved within 24 hours. Great, but it took them more than 2 weeks to actually receive the license and therefore begin I guess, their work. And that's a very specific example, but this is a repeated issue.
So I'm familiar with Bar Betsy. I think we should talk about,
Okay.
we can talk about it offline. I think when a business says that there's been a delay in their application as a practice, so there's no one who could get up here and say like that there's favoritism for this business or another, which is why I was very comfortable with Mr. Davey saying that we treated his case with urgency, because there are probably 10 other businesses in the same industry that could say the same. When a business is delayed in any sort of way, I send that, if it comes to me or it comes to my chief of staff, Keisha Mims, then we immediately figure out what the root cause is. While we're addressing that person's issue, we figure out, well, what is the delay? And often there's something that was missed, which to me is not the fault of the business owner, it's us. If it's not clear what you have to do,
Okay.
and there's been
On
something
average, do you have like
aging, like
no,
or like how long it takes?
how long it takes?
So from the time that all of your documents are submitted, it's 1 business day, but we know that the pain points that people face are before that. So we are really good at capturing data of like from submission of all the documents forward. And then it's about 14 business days from the time that someone like starts the process to submitting all their things, which is too long, right? So that point about weeks that you mentioned, and part of that is because maybe they did X but didn't do Y, and the website or the information they received was not clear. So we look at case by case when we find out, and then we also look holistically at the data to see where things are taking longer.
Okay. I do want to come to the Owners Act, but I am out of time for this round.
Okay, thank you. And anytime you hear that from a business owner that something's taking too long or they're having an issue, please send that.
I will definitely do that.
So that we
and I
can
want to
look
make
at it.
clear, it's not just complaints about DLCP.
Yeah.
I hear this about DOB, that it just, APCA, others, it takes a long time for our processes. But what I'm hearing from you is the onus is also on them to have their paperwork and things in. A follow-up question I had while you were saying that is, what outreach or support are they provided? Or is it kind of like what I used to think of the DMV, where you would go back, stand in line for hours only to be told, oh, you don't have this form, and now you have to go back? That's not the DMV experience of today, though.
So I would say we are still a government agency, so we work on this every day. But for the most part, we encourage people to like be the last stop. So our Business Resource Center, they work with business owners who may need a little bit of support, and they actually will reach out to DOB, or they will like figure out where in the process something is stuck. And one thing that we're working to be better at, though, is if an application is started and then there's not progress on it, how do we get in contact with those people to figure out why?
Yeah.
So a little bit more proactive in that regard. But in general, our team does a really good job of problem solving, and we continue to encourage that. And I think learning where we fall short is also something that we're all very open to. So when you hear
I
those things,
appreciate
let us
that
know.
reflective stance. We don't hear that a lot in government. So
well,
thank you for that.
you're
I
welcome.
appreciate that. I did want to come to the Owners Act. As you know, this is legislation I introduced. Chairperson Nadeau held a hearing sometime last year. It's a blur at this point. It would require DLCP to do outreach to existing businesses in an effort to help them convert if they were interested to worker owner models or co-ops, essentially. Does DLCP ever do comprehensive outreach to district businesses currently?
We do. I think if you could be a little bit more specific, is this about the co-op model specifically, or
No.
just in general?
What we're trying to think through is what are the barriers currently in place that
Mhm.
might get in the way of DLCP taking on this type of responsibility to engage with businesses across the district. One of the reasons we thought DLCP could be a great agency for this type of program is because you're an agency that touches all businesses in the city. And so we just wanted to get a better understanding of what current engagement with DC businesses looks like.
So a couple of times a year, we do have things that we have to send out to all businesses that are registered. And on a monthly basis, we send out our newsletter, which goes to all folks who hold a basic business license. And then when it's time for things like corporate filing or your renewals, we send out targeted messages. We have the ability to communicate with all businesses by email and other means. I think we want to, for the Owners Act, for instance, for me, it'd be good to understand what's preventing owners from doing it now. So that if we do send communication out or take on this responsibility, that we're addressing the real barriers to it. Because there's nothing prohibiting a business owner now from selling to his staff or to the workers there. So figuring out what the barriers are. And I think when we spoke about this before, there was a data question. So DLCP being in a position to use the data that we have from Corp or from our basic business licensing system to understand more about these businesses. Maybe being able to proactively identify businesses that are in trouble or things like that, or present an opportunity
That's
to them.
exactly the idea.
So I think in order for that to be successful, understand what are the actual barriers that are keeping people from doing it now, since it's not illegal.
Understood. And two more questions and I'm done. One of the things we're exploring is, would it be better to do this through a grant that DLCP oversees, to have someone external to the agency kind of compiling and engaging with businesses versus having DLCP do it directly? I'm not going to ask you on the record to weigh in here on
Okay.
legislation, but would the agency have the capacity to oversee that type of grant process if we did go that route?
So I would love Councilmember Nadeau to cover her ears right now, but I am like very hesitant to oversee anybody that is not in our agency. Does that make
Understood.
sense? Like internal, I can work with the executive team to create the culture that we.
Understood. I hear you loud and clear. And then last question, do you have a collection or a list, a catalog of businesses that may have closed in the last year or 5 years? Not that I want it, but is that the level of data you also have?
So one thing that we haven't addressed it in the BSA, it's something we're thinking about further for the mayor's growth agenda right now. When a business wants to close or they want to address their corporate status, it costs money. When you have to like dissolve your corporation, there's a fee associated with it, which means that the number of actual corporate dissolutions that we are able to track and have a record of is dramatically lower than what the actual closure rate is. So we can use certain things as a proxy, like someone didn't renew their business license, but that's an imperfect proxy. So it's a very difficult number to come across. We can provide the number of people who go through the formal dissolution process, but that is like an imperfect data source right now.
Understood. Well, thank you for your testimony. I'm running to another hearing.
Thank you.
And
for
I
the
do
questions.
look forward to working with you on the Owners Act as well as other issues.
Right, thank you, council member.
Thanks for joining us. I'd like to ask a few questions on behalf of my colleague, Councilmember Louis George. Similar to some of Councilmember Parker's questions around business enforcement, I know we will be getting into this a bit more when we can finally have the hearing on the Enhancing Consumer Protections Procedures Act later today. Oh, not today. Sorry. Anyway, we're getting to that also. Councilmember Louis George has repeatedly heard resident concerns about a business at 5585 South Dakota Avenue Northeast that was supposed to open as a carryout, but it's now operating as a 24-hour convenience store. Neighbors have reported sales of illegal items like flavored cigarettes, hookah products, and even unregulated supplements, especially late at night. While DLCP has sent inspectors, residents say the store hides these products during visits. What options does DLCP have in cases like this?
So give me a moment. I'm familiar with this 24-hour store. I think if they're doing illegal things, then we absolutely involve the police. We do regular investigations into the spot. If they hide the materials, we don't have the authority currently alone to do like a search of the premises. We don't get warrants or things like that. And I'm checking with the team to see if we have done a referral to OAG for it, but typically we have to have a really robust case, like several NOIs. There's got to be a health and safety concern documented and on record to make those referrals. So I'll check on the status. This is one that is close to Councilmember Louis George. And so I don't know, April, if you've spoken with her team recently about this location. I know every time we hear from them, we send folks out. We tried to go in real time, but
Not this location.
Does DLCP do any undercover investigations to prevent businesses from hiding their illegal products when they walk in?
yeah, for flavored tobacco and other like underage tobacco sales, we collaborate with, I don't know if it's DMH or DBH. I'm sorry, the team will have to tell me, but DBH to do enforcement of those things. It's a high priority for them.
Does DLCP regularly monitor businesses who have multiple complaints or just when a new complaint comes in?
Do we have the capacity to regularly monitor complaints?
Well, if you have a business that's got multiple complaints, do you go back before you get another one? Or do you just wait till the next one?
So if someone doesn't come into compliance right away, they have about 10 business days, and the investigator who was assigned the case is supposed to check on that because that's how they determine whether or not an NOI will be issued in many cases. I think given some of the like timing, health and safety, I won't say that this is a perfect process, but I'll say it's one that our enforcement administrator and the management team of enforcement is working on.
Does DLCP do any enforcement of allowable operating hours?
I have to see if we have any cases with that. It falls within our purview, right? If you are operating outside the scope of your license, if there are certain business zone hours, so commercial zone hours where you can operate and you're operating outside of those, so food trucks, other brick and mortars, we absolutely do investigate those.
All right, thank you. I now have a few questions about the operating budget. There is a reduction of 9 FTEs from both the budget and accounting divisions and an increase of 8 FTEs in the Assistant Chief Financial Officer division. Are you moving the budget and accounting FTEs to the ACFO's office for those cuts?
So no, that was just to align some of the CFO positions. For example, the cost center may have been agency accounting services, but they actually support the cluster shared services. So just aligning them under the ACFO division where they work.
So same positions.
Same positions, just realigning them in the correct program and cost center.
So it looks like the accounting division will only have 1 staff person remaining. How will that impact operations?
So that one agency accounting position is actually the accountant who supports DLCP. So not under the shared services.
This was just right sizing, I think with the split, we're just cleaning up some of our books. Would you say that's accurate?
Yes.
And how many people are currently under ACFO?
$11.
Okay, so there'll be 19.
There's a total of 15 under AFO operations. 11 of them are under the ACFO division. And then the other 4 are the employees that support DLCP.
So that's after this move.
After the move, yes.
Okay. So how many people are there right now?
16 in
Okay.
FY25, 15 in FY26.
There are several cases in the enforcement and inspection units where FTEs are being shifted from continuing full-time employment to term full-time employment. Why?
So the 4 additional FTEs were part-time within the mayor's enhancement. So they didn't shift from full-time to term.
All of the full-time staff that we have will remain full-time. The new FTEs are part-time, hopefully not term. We will keep them. I think it's going to be a year-by-year evaluation of whether or not those positions are getting the job done in the way we need. They'll basically just be part-time investigators.
And what's the length of the term?
I think it's just a year. They're just funded for a year.
How's it going to impact your teams?
I think, and this will allow me to provide clarity on your question before. So during COVID, DCRA, the investigators had a rotational schedule where they were doing COVID compliance on the weekends and some evenings, depending on what was happening at the wharf or other places. That schedule was meant to continue. I think it continued for a little while after COVID. I think with the agency split, maybe there wasn't as much of demand for that activity, which allowed the agency to do the work without overtime, but also not have full shifts of people like DPW, where you need 200 people on second shift and another 100 people on third shift or whatever it is. Our agency is small. I think we have like 172 people right now. So to be able to sustain a second or third shift is not financially practical or possible. And so we don't want to add a whole shift, but we do want to add enough people to reduce the burden on the staff that are there, that also a few times a year will have to shift their schedules to do a weekend duty or a special event. So.
Okay. There are also several instances of large savings in personnel costs without FTEs being reduced. How are you achieving this?
I'll have to get back to you on precisely how. I think there are a variety of ways when we looked at this budget. Um, we are working with the OCFO to figure out, okay, how can we, without adding more people or adding additional burden to the staff, get the work done with the resources that we have. So is there anything right now that you want to speak to answer that question, or should we get back to? Okay, we will get back to you, council member.
There are also significant cuts to agency management administration, including a $1.194 million cut to contractual services under IT. What contract is this?
I think we spoke a little bit about this earlier. It's the customer support and then
funds.
also the cuts from the one-time Best Act enhancements.
Okay. Thank you. There's also more than $600,000 decrease in professional service fees and contracts under IT. Can you explain that?
Yes, give me one moment. I want to be precise because they're spread out. So this one was across several groups. This is some for employee surveys. There's staff augmentation cuts, which is like how we support like certain admin processes. We reduced our budget in facilities for certain services. So this is across several line items and we can send you the detail, but was there anything I missed there? Okay. And I think we recognize the time that we're in and are working to make sure that we don't overburden the staff, we keep our facilities nice, that we follow the CBAs, but that we're also getting the work done.
So that's a $600,000 reduction, but then there's a $585,000 enhancement to support IT services. So what would that be?
That reflects a restoration of funding. So we had significant cuts last year. We made the case that we actually needed these. So that's our staff that supports the occupational professional licensing system. So you'll hear from people a year and a half ago, they weren't able to do renewals in that system. The security agencies weren't able to do transfers. The system had quite a bit of downtime and we fixed all of those things. That's the staff that does it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's also talk about vacancies. DLCP currently has almost 30 vacant positions, including almost 20 that have been vacant since 2023 or longer. Is DLCP still actively looking to fill all of these positions?
Not all of them. And sort of there were strategic decisions made to create vacancy savings that allowed us to, we did several sort of like we posted positions, we made internal hires. There were people who switched positions, there were redundancies, and we've tried to like keep things lean at the agency. And so the positions that we intend to keep, we've submitted a list of those things that we need absolutely for agency operations. And then there were things that were probably unnecessary.
One notable vacancy is the Chief Enforcement Officer, which has been vacant for more than a year. What is DLCP's plan for filling this position?
So I think we need to adjust that on the Schedule A because we've had our enforcement administrator, our chief compliance officer, Anissa Crosby has been in that role for some time. So we will absolutely look into what the discrepancy on the Schedule A is with that.
Okay. I also want to ask about short-term rental law enforcement while I have you here. The committee recently reached out to your office about a case in Capitol Hill, a host who is potentially not a DC resident, long-term renting several properties across the city and renting them on Airbnb and other platforms as short-term rentals. The individual who reached out to us about this case had worked with DLCP for several months and been unable to get this resolved, including making several calls to the STR line. What are the investigation steps when DLCP receives a complaint like this?
So when they receive a complaint, they reach out to the complainant. This is the way that it's supposed to go, and I'll look into this specific matter too after the hearing. If you have your team send it to me, then I'll double check that. But we reach out to the complainant, we gather the facts, we before that assign it to an investigator. The investigator does their due diligence. They see if there are grounds for a citation. They work with if they're able to get in touch with the property owner or business owner, in this case, multiple properties, single owner, and work with them to come into compliance. In this case, that violates the STR law as it stands because they couldn't have, homestead deduction for all those properties. And so they would need to remove those postings. So I'll check into the status of this case and get back to you.
How many listings did DLCP request to take down in FY 24 and 25 so far?
I will check on that number.
During performance oversight, you shared that there had been more than 400 complaints in FY 24 and more than 400 complaints in FY 25 at that point related to rental properties. Are STR, vacation rentals, and traditional long-term rentals all included in those numbers?
So the data I have for this hearing, it's separate. We separated it.
Yeah.
Because rental property and short-term rental is very different.
Was it combined then when we were talking about it?
I don't think so. I mean, 400 for rental property complaints is not, that's about right for that timing.
For long-term rentals?
For long-term rentals. Right now, we have received 100 and in FY 24, we received 172 complaints about vacation and short-term rentals. And thus far this year, we've only received 42. And they were all submitted via the STR hotline.
And when those came into the hotline, the procedure was what you described, reaching out to the complainant, assigning to investigator, gathering facts and seeing if there are grounds for citation.
I think what I'll do is confirm with the team
Yep.
what their steps are for that.
Okay.
In general, our practice should be to handle an STR complaint very similarly to as we do a regular complaint. I think in practice, because of the volume and the way that we receive the lists of like potential non-compliance, there's probably a resource. So they allocate resources to that riskiest ones, but I will verify that and get back to you.
Do you work with the platforms directly on these investigations?
So we work with a vendor called Granicus, and they provide a list through a host compliance platform, and they send us locations that they believe are out of compliance. And so through a third party, and we have been meeting more recently with some short-term rental companies to have a more direct relationship where possible.
Are you familiar with the website Inside Airbnb? It collects data from the platform, and according to the site, there are more than 1,500 unlicensed listings and more than 1,500 listings for properties claiming exemptions.
I am not familiar with that website, but I will
Seems like
be
a good
after
tool.
today. Yes.
Yeah.
So, what is it called again?
It's called Inside Airbnb.
And what's the goal of this website again? What do they do?
Yeah, I think the goal is to be a watchdog and help figure out which ones are unlicensed and operating out of compliance. I'm not sure if
Is
that's
it powered by VRBO?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll look into it.
It is
But-
independent.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's meant to be a consumer protection thing or, I don't know, a policy thing, but
I think we, in full transparency, when we think about consumer risk, we care a lot about short-term rentals and vacation rentals and things like that, the party houses, the folks who are not in compliance with the law. I think we evaluate sort of touch approach, like light, heavy, medium touch, and work to make sure that we're keeping the public safe. So there are going to be things that we miss, but we will absolutely use every resource to look into these.
Yeah, I assume if you find somebody who's got multiple listings across a platform and,
It's not
that's
possible
not
for
going to
them
be
to
a
be in
light
compliance.
touch. That's going to be more of a. Okay. How does DLCP monitor the 90 total nights or the 30 consecutive night cap for vacation rentals?
This is complaint based right now.
Okay.
Working with the third party to get information. They're not monitoring night spends and they haven't agreed to provide that specific information yet.
Mm-hmm.
More licensed, unlicensed.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that we worked with them. We tried to get that information. We haven't succeeded yet.
How many STR or vacation rental exemptions has DLCP approved?
I will get back to you. And when you say exemptions, you mean exemptions from what?
Oh, exemptions for folks who have to like vacate their home for some reason. And that means that they're allowed to do the short-term rentals. Maybe it's
I'll have to look. Let me look into it.
family health, et cetera. Yeah, I think there's a couple hardship exemptions.
Okay, I don't know offhand, but I will get back to you. We'll follow up.
Has DLCP received complaints about rentals who may have fraudulently self-certified that their condo allowed a vacation rental when it did not?
Have we received complaints about that?
Yeah.
More than likely. I don't know the exact number for that specific issue. So like the certificate falsifying documents related to a license, we'll find out specific to vacation and short-term rentals.
Okay. Yeah. I know.
May I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So for short-term rentals and vacation rentals, is the public concern about there are a lot of bad actors not in compliance with the law and they're just getting away with it? Is that the
I think
driving concern?
that's what, yeah. Recently, a lot of complaints. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like the whole time I've had this committee.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think we've had like maybe 10 huge events in the district in the past, I don't know, 6 months. So
Yeah,
maybe
maybe
it's
that's part of
driving
it.
some non-compliance on the part of people who are trying to like rent their properties. So we're working to make it easy for people who just want to do it on a, quick basis, get through the license process in a day. But I just wanted to understand the concern so that as we're getting this information back to you,
Mhm.
we can address
Yeah,
that.
I think it's neighborhood-based concerns.
Got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So Abby was saying specifically someone who's a renter, who rents out a property and then turns around and does the short-term rental there, which clearly should not be allowable because it's not the law. And multiple properties. So maybe,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we
Layers
can
there.
work with, yes, we can work with you guys on this too, like both identifying the issues and communicating how we're seeking compliance.
okay, last section, and then we're gonna recess because we have another hearing, right?
Yes.
For you, but also I need to go visit the health committee. So we're gonna recess for a little while.
Okay.
It's like maybe lunch break and then come back down. Well,
Like an
lunch break for
hour
you.
or?
I'm gonna say, given that other hearing, 30 minutes?
Okay.
Okay. As long, we're not gonna get kicked out of this room. Okay, we'll find out. We have until 3. Well, we don't want to go till 3, but okay. All right, so last section, and then I'm gonna run up there. Beneficial owner disclosure. Last year, the committee funded 1 analyst FTE in the corporations division. We heard in the FY26 performance oversight hearing that an offer had been made to fill the position. Has any person been onboarded for that yet?
So our manager of the corporations program likes to say that this position is cursed. But we have had offers out a couple of times. Then with the freezes, that position was put on hold. but we have staff allocated to doing that. The work is getting done as McKenna from the Children's Law Center said they've been checking in on us. We meet regularly with them. The Corp team meets with them. And so originally there were 2 or 3 positions that you funded for that work, and we filled the other 2, I believe, and it's just this last one. And I think we will be okay without it. I don't want Rebecca to like um, send me a note disagreeing after this hearing, but I think they've been able to do the work. The Corp Online update will allow some greater efficiency gains, but if that changes, we will most certainly communicate to you. But we haven't found a loss of performance for lack of filling that position.
We funded 5 staff members, including this analyst FDE, to support the program. Are the rest of those filled?
Yes, I think, and we got your permission to move one of them to to do like the enforcement piece. So we've filled all of them except for this one. And I will stop there. 'Cause I
Okay,
think
what
that's
type of proactive enforcement are staff doing?
for Corp?
Mm-hmm.
Let me get back to you on that. I mean, this is one where we've built it into our enforcement program. It's complaint-based. We've talked to the Children's Law Center about sending us complaints. They're concerned about bad actors in the rental property space, being able to identify the people who own these properties. We do that. Like we said, we do a lot of rental property cases. In all of our investigations, we work to identify the beneficial owners. So we're doing that work proactively, also on a complaint basis, and also as part of our regular corp compliance work. And that team works really hard to do that kind of quietly in the background.
What does DLCP do with the information you're collecting? Are you aggregating LLCs owned by the same people and tracking violations?
So I think we do this as a matter of course, like look for bad actors, not just specifically for those corp filings or the beneficial owners. I think if you mean something like host compliance, where we get a list of the people who own these LLCs, we don't have that automated yet, but we do it as part of our practice.
Will that information be publicly available when the portal is done?
I'll have to check. I don't know if it's one of the requirements at this time, but I will verify.
And how will the online portal be integrated with other portals?
The Corp Online portal.
Mhm.
So we're really excited about this, and what has been built so far was built with this in mind. So right now we have APIs that send like the corporate filing number to the basic business licensing center. But part of what will happen in the future is when you fill out your information at Corp, that's your first stop for many business types, that information will transmit to the licensing portal so that it's all the same. The business owners don't have to enter it multiple times, that we're able to track this beneficial owner information across systems. So all of our systems talk now, but it's through like a complicated web of APIs, but it will be more native to the applications in the future.
Great. Okay, so this concludes today's budget oversight hearing. If you've not yet submitted written testimony, please do so by submitting it on the council's hearing management system. The record for this hearing will close at 5:30 p.m. on June 23rd, 2025. The time is now 12:40 p.m. And the hearing is adjourned. We will take a short break while we get set up for the next hearing on B26.64. I'm going to say let's come back at 1:15 for that hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Can you count to 10 for me? Can you count to 10 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Can you hear me okay?
Try one more time.
Do you hear me okay? Okay, now you can mute yours. All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Ward 1 Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, the Chair of the Committee on Public Works and Operations. Today is Monday, June 9th, 2025, and I'm calling to order this meeting of the committee in room 123 of the Wilson Building as well as over the Zoom platform. The time is 1:22 p.m. Today, we will consider B 25-64, the Entertainment Establishment Employee Amendment Act of 2025, which was introduced on January 17th, 2025 by Councilmember Henderson and co-introduced by Councilmembers Pinto and Fruman. The purpose of this bill is to allow certain retail establishments, including restaurants, hotels, taverns, nightclubs, and other entertainment venues, to refuse cash as a form of payment. Venues that do so will be required to display written, conspicuous notice to the public on the door of the establishment or menu that cash payments are not accepted. In 2021, the council passed the Cashless Retailers Prohibition Amendment Act of 2020 in response to a rise in businesses who only accepted payments via card and concerning reports that many people in the district remained unbanked or underbanked, meaning that they may not have access to card payment methods. The enactment of the law was then delayed until October 1st, 2023, due to safety concerns during the COVID-19 pandemic. Implementation was then delayed again in the Security C Omnibus in October 2024, with enforcement beginning again in January 2025. In December 2024, the council passed an emergency and temporary version of the bill before us today to exempt entertainment establishments ahead of the January 2025 implementation. All of our public witnesses today are in the Zoom, and I see they are all present, so I do not think I need to give any instruction on how to get onto the panel, but we'll note that our timer is not working today. If you are testifying on behalf of an organization, you'll have 5 minutes, and individuals will have 3 minutes. Please do keep your own time. We have time here in the chamber as well, and so I will let you know if you have run over, but try to keep an eye on it. Apologies for the malfunction. So we'll now hear from our public witnesses. Sean Townsend, President and CEO, the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington; Valerie Zweig, co-founder of Prescription Chicken; Marissa Casey, Chief Executive Officer of Georgetown Events; and Ana Valero, Pirate Ventures, President and co-founder. Starting with Mr. Townsend. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. Thanks the committee for the opportunity to provide comment on the Entertainment Establishment Employee Safety Act. I am Sean Townsend. I have the pleasure of serving as the President and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. We're grateful to Council Members Henderson and Fruman for first introducing this legislation last year, and thank you, Madam Chair, for your support for the emergency and temporary versions of this bill in December when it passed with a supermajority of council members' support. We strongly support making this act permanent as it addresses critical safety concerns for our industry. However, we also believe it must be expanded to protect all food service workers. Currently, the legislation allows only establishments that serve alcohol or operate late to choose whether or not to accept cash, while leaving thousands of workers at fast casual restaurants, cafes, bakeries, and other food businesses without the same protections. The safety concerns that motivated this legislation exist throughout the food service industry, not just in establishments serving alcohol. Many fast casual establishments and cafes operate with smaller staffs in isolated locations and with limited security resources, yet these businesses still handle cash transactions that make them targets for robbery, sometimes with even greater vulnerability than their larger counterparts. Restaurant operators across all segments have a responsibility to protect their staff, and a business decision to decline cash comes only after careful consideration of operating hours, staffing, and firsthand experiences. This is not a theoretical concern. A 2024 RMW survey found that every restaurant with a cash-free policy had previously been robbed or burglarized. The emergency and temporary iterations of this bill have already proven effective, enhancing safety for both workers and diners by allowing businesses to make security decisions based on their specific circumstances. We're grateful that violent crime has decreased recently, but now is not the time to ease safety protections. We ask that the council make the Entertainment Establishment Employee Safety Act permanent and amend it to extend these critical protections to include all restaurant and food service workers. This would create a consistent, fair approach that ensures all hospitality workers receive the same safety protections regardless of where they work. I welcome your questions, and as always, RMW is committed to working collaboratively towards solutions for the shared challenges of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Casey?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify today. I am here to express support for the permanent passage of the Entertainment Established Employee Safety Amendment Act of 2025. The emergency legislation passed last year has quite honestly allowed several of our restaurants to continue to operate safely and responsibly. Georgetown Events consists of multiple different brands, all of which operate in the DC area. That is Millie's, Surfside, Jetties, the Bullpen, and Due South, which unfortunately recently closed, but we did have a presence in the Capitol Riverfront neighborhood for quite a while. While our menus may be simple, and I'm talking specifically about Surfside right now, our operations are anything but. We run a 24-hour establishment in DuPont, which is a busy, high-traffic neighborhood, which means employees are coming and going at all hours using back alleys to access storage, walk-ins, or deliveries. These areas are often dark, isolated, and vulnerable. Removing cash from our premises has been one of the most effective ways to reduce risk and improve safety. It has lowered the incentive for criminal activity, and just as importantly, it gives our employees peace of mind. When there's no cash on site, tensions drop. The atmosphere is calmer and employees feel safer doing their jobs. The reality is that we've dealt with serious safety concerns for years. Armed individuals, aggressive and intoxicated patrons, fights. We have had to invest in security measures just to keep our team safe. Being able to go cashless is another critical tool in that toolbox. I also want to stress how important it is that this law be expanded to allow other fast casual restaurants across the city to access the same protections. Some of these locations don't serve alcohol and may not fall under current qualifying criteria, but they're still in areas that experience high rates of crime. Our employees in those restaurants deserve to feel just as safe as those working late nights or in heavy nightlife areas. The risk doesn't just disappear because a restaurant doesn't have a bar. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for the ability to protect our teams while continuing to serve our communities. This legislation helps us do that. I also want to quickly note that some of our establishments do take cash, of course, because of the emergency legislation, and we hope that they will continue to take cash. So this is something that is highly specific to each one of our establishments and where they are, and what our employees are dealing with. Again, thank you for your time and considering the real world impact this policy has on the people working hard every day and every night in our city's restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Valero?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify today. I want to echo a lot of what you've already heard regarding the safety concerns with having cash on site for our teams. And I want to highlight that this is also turning into an opportunity for workforce development for us. The number one cited reason we have right now for why we have crew members resign at our locations throughout the city is because of concerns around public safety. They're already concerned. They're seeing massive break-ins still happening in places where they park in order to come to work. They are concerned about public safety on transit coming into work. And they have to deal with things like just this past week, we had threats called in to one of our venues just for hosting Pride events. At a time where there is such heightened security concerns and such heightened emotions across the city, now is not the time to, again, roll back something that we have all agreed is, that we've been grateful to council for continuing to put in emergency legislations in order to ensure that our crew on site don't also have to then deal with cash on site. We already have threats of when folks are really struggling on site, just in a family entertainment event, threatening our crew that they're going to come back with guns and really show them who's boss. And we just know that this is only going to continue to ratchet up if people also know that there is cash on site. And so for the safety of our crew, we say that we have a responsibility to create a welcome, safe, and acknowledging environment for everyone on our team and for all of our guests. And we really just are going to be hindered in our ability to do that from a safety consideration for our crews if we are also having to have large amounts of cash on site and have them having to transact with cash with guests. And that's not just at our high volume establishments. That's not just at our venues where we can host thousands of people. This is also at venues where it is more family focused. And we're seeing just as many issues around safety concerns at those venues. And so it's not just to echo what you heard some of my colleagues talk about, it's not just in establishments where alcohol is present. Some of our biggest safety concerns are happening in broad daylight, where right before we're opening venues in the early afternoon, we have crew members and clients being jumped in parking lots and being threatened. And those are issues that exist outside of any alcohol is at a roller skating rink. And so we really urge council to continue passing this legislation and continue keeping the safety of our teams at the forefront of their minds in decisions about the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much for your testimony today. I appreciate you. We're now going to move to our government witness. We'll be joined by Tiffany Crow, Director of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. And I'm going to swear you again. I sort of recessed, I sort of resumed. So, will do. Okay. When you have your hand free. There we go. Okay. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Public Works and Operations is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may begin your testimony when you are ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau, committee members, and staff. Again, I am Tiffany Crow, Director of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. It is my pleasure to testify before the Committee on Public Works and Operations on Bill 2664, the Entertainment Establishment Employee Safety Amendment Act of 2025. The LCP's mission is to protect the economic interests of businesses, residents, and visitors of the District of Columbia. As the District of Columbia's primary consumer protection agency, the LCP achieves this mission in large part by investigating and enforcing the Consumer Protection Procedures Act, CPPA. The purposes of the CPPA are to establish a mechanism for remedying and preventing improper trade practices, utilize effective enforcement to promote fair business practices, and educate consumers. In 2020, the district joined several other jurisdictions, including Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Delaware, Philadelphia, and New York City, when the Council of the District of Columbia passed DC Law L 23187, the Cashless Retailers Prohibition Act of 2020. DC Law 23187 prohibits retailers from discriminating against cash as a form of payment for goods and services by refusing cash as a form of payment, posting signs, charging a higher price to consumers who pay cash. Certain retailers were exempt from having to comply with the bill, including retail sales that were made by phone or internet, parking facilities that did not accept cash, food store or retail establishments that have cash to prepaid card devices for consumer use, and during periods in which the mayor has declared a public health emergency. While the council passed the Cashless Retailers Prohibition Act in 2020, funding to implement the legislation was not appropriated until it was included in the fiscal year 2024 Budget Request Act of 2023. The legislation then took effect on October 1st, 2024, and the council passed DC Law 25175, the Secure DC Omnibus Amendment Act of 2024. Which delayed implementation of the Cashless Retailers Prohibition Act until January 1st, 2025. The LCP supports the intent of the bill before us today, B 2664, the Entertainment Establishment Employee Amendment Act of 2025, as it would allow but not mandate that Class C and D retail establishments and restaurants that are open 24 hours a day or until 3 a.m. until 2 days a week to refuse cash payments. Bill 2664 creates an exception to the Cashless Retailer Prohibition Act of 2019 for on-premises retail establishments with a Class C or D retailer's license from the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, and restaurants that are open 24 hours a day or to 3 a.m. at least twice a week to refuse cash payments, provided that they provide conspicuous notice to the public by posting notice on their doors or menu that they do not accept cash. The LCP agrees with the council that consumers should not be discriminated against by using cash as a form of payment. Yet the growing dependency on non-cash payment methods, including credit cards and mobile apps, and the safety risk to retail establishment employees are valid concerns and cannot be ignored. Establishments that are open at night are vulnerable to robberies and other criminal actions. The desire to ensure all consumers can participate in commerce ought to be balanced with these very real safety concerns. Bill 2664 will not impact DLCP's operations. And upon the implementation of the act in the first place, the agency implemented a campaign to educate retail establishments and the public about what the law required, the associated penalties, and how to file a complaint. And rather than imposing fines on retail establishments early on, we issued warnings. And then if an establishment refused to comply after warnings and a compliance period, then a notice of infraction was issued. There was a stay. And so when the council paused implementation, as of March 15th, 2024, DLCP had received 61 complaints, which resulted in 61 warnings and 1 NOI. So I guess that would be 60 warnings and 1 NOI. While the agency did not respond to complaints during the pause of implementation, we continued to educate the public and retailers about the law in anticipation of the resumption of the law. Since the resumption of the law taking effect, we have received 1 complaint and we've issued a warning. So the implementation of the Entertainment Establishment Employee Protection Emergency and Temporary Acts has not resulted in a noticeable difference in the number of complaints that the agency receives. We are prepared to implement Bill 2664 upon passage, and we have a few recommendations and considerations. So B 2664 exempts Class C and D retail establishments and restaurants that are open 24 hours a day or until 3 a.m. at least 3 days a week. While the intent is to allow these establishments to refuse cash as a form of payment, as drafted, the bill could also be interpreted as allowing them to charge a higher price to those who pay cash. We don't think this is the council's intent and would recommend that this be clarified. And then also, we don't issue the Class C and D retailer licenses. As mentioned before, APCA issues those licenses, so we don't know the exact number of retail establishments which would apply, but we can work with our sister agency to gather this data. Finally, to obtain a basic business license, one does not need to provide their hours of operation. Complaints about that we receive complaints and we do complaint-based enforcement. So we wouldn't know the number of restaurants that are open 24 hours a day or until 3 a.m. at least twice a week. So thank you to the committee for allowing me to testify today, and I'm available to answer any questions you have. April Randall, our legislative director, is also beside me, and she will help answer some of your questions as well.
Thank you very much. The one complaint that you mentioned you've received in 2025, was this against an entertainment establishment?
I will get back to you on the exact establishment, probably before this hearing is over. I can tell you exactly the type of establishment that it was.
Okay. You mentioned an important point that DLCP does not issue the Class C and D retailer licenses or collect business hours of operations. I'm wondering if this would be a potential barrier or make additional staff resources needed for investigations. How do you anticipate going about verifying that an establishment has one of these licenses, one of these APCA licenses?
So we can tell you who's gotten a restaurant license or things like that, but it wouldn't require more staff. We work very closely with APCA for a lot of things. So
are the databases between you and APCA integrated?
Only for the business portal, the enterprise business portal. And I don't know for how long, because I think APCA is making some updates to their systems. So.
Would it make sense if APCA regularly sent over a list of the establishments?
I think so. And we may have a mechanism in place already to share this kind of information. So before I prescribe a way that we do it, we can check with them to see. I think we're so comfortable working with APCA and some of the other agencies related to business activity that this is possible without too much effort.
What about operating hours? Is that something DLCP should collect on basic business licenses?
I think because it has the potential to change, we don't, there, you know, if you decide, so think about a place like Union Market. 5 years ago, Union Market was closed every Monday. They made a business decision to open back up on Monday, and we don't want them to be burdened with letting us know every time they change their business hours for a variety of reasons, so.
So how will you verify when you get a complaint whether or not someone's eligible based on their hours?
We'd investigate it like any other complaint, so
Okay.
the investigators have the responsibility to do due diligence and check in on the hours and talk to management.
How many staff does DLCP have for cashless retailer investigation and enforcement?
I believe we have 27 investigators right now that are full-time. Is that accurate, April?
Across the
20.
portfolio?
25, and the way that the position descriptions are written for investigators, years ago, even predating me, was so that they could investigate anything associated with the CPPA, anything for which we issued a license. So that's occupational and professional and other license types.
Can this law be implemented with current resources?
Yes.
When DLCP has investigated complaints against cashless businesses, do these businesses typically offer other forms of payment, and whether that's a cash to card machine, Venmo, or other apps?
So I have yet to hear too many instances of the cash to card machine. I know when we were first talking about implementation, that was discussed a lot as an option, but nearly every business has like other options. I think Venmo and like Cash App and things like that are very rarely used in a retail establishment setting unless it's a pop-up or vendors or things like that. But April, do you have anything to add about the payment types that we've seen?
No.
In your testimony, you mentioned that DLCP did do an education campaign for the public. Sorry, my tech is jumping on me. Did an education campaign for the public when the original bill was first passed. Since then, we've had multiple pauses and now changes to the law. Has DLCP done any additional campaigns, or what type of information is available via the website?
So no campaign since the original. We did have to send out notice to folks that it was paused. We did like an advisory. There is a page dedicated to cashless. I think we haven't done any additional sort of education around this because it hasn't proven itself to be a high volume complaint area where a lot of people are being disenfranchised.
What information on how to submit a complaint for a cashless what about information on how to submit a complaint for a cashless retailer? Looking at your site, I see dedicated pages on complaints for trash truck noise, short-term rentals, and vending, but not this law.
I think so. When you think about all of the things that people can submit a complaint for, they almost all go to the same complaint form. There are some differences for vending and trash trucks. So trash truck noise, they have to like submit an affidavit. There are different requirements for that, but there's nothing special about the cashless complaint that requires a photo or a recording of the truck or anything like that. Vending, we ask them to provide a photo. We ask them to provide the license plate number. So I think we haven't differentiated it for those reasons. But if we saw an uptick in complaints or felt like we needed to point the public to this in a more direct way, we could.
Thank you for your note that the bill is written to allow businesses to charge more for people paying in cash. I agree that was not the intent, and the committee will make sure that we address it. That is my final question. Did you end up getting that information about the complaint?
Yes, Councilmember, it was the ice cream parlor.
And how did that investigation work? What were the steps?
how did it end, or?
Yeah, what were the steps?
So, you know, when I speak about our investigations, I am speaking from the perspective of how I believe it should work, how the SOPs, things like that work. For this particular ice cream parlor, I'm not sure, but we will get back to you. We should receive the complaint, reach out to the complainant, reach out to the business owner, determine if the facts are accurate, give them a time period to come into compliance. If they don't come into compliance, issue the NOI.
Oh, yes, sorry, but, and you determined they didn't fall within the exemption of the hours exemption.
It looks like they just got a warning, so
Yeah.
I'll have to read the determination myself about that. I think with cashless, most businesses were willing to come into compliance. There were a few that were sort of, you know, there's sort of the larger political and legislative point. And so those businesses, I think, have worked to lobby for something that fits their needs.
Very good. Okay, this concludes
Thank you so much.
today's hearing
Councilmember.
on B 26-64. If you've not yet submitted written testimony, please do by submitting it on the council's hearing management system. The record for this hearing will close at 5:30 p.m. on June 23rd, 2025. The time is 1:49 p.m. and the hearing is adjourned.
Great, thank you.